Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, September the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Excellent. Okay, guys. Well, boy, you're watching this one late in the day, this KCAC. Of course, it had the big news yesterday. One of these SPACs, look it up. And look what it did right at the very end, the last 15-minute candle. Post-market, pre-market. What a run. So this one, basically the first print was around, I think it was around 1627 yesterday. So this SPAC has definitely performed. Some of the other ones are pulling back. I looked at Shill this morning, SHLL. Trying to pop a little bit here. It was down to 44, back up to 47, still down 5%. Shill, SHLL. Now, I do see that the cruisers are alive again. Again, you know my bias. Well, here, in fact, it just triggered NCLH, just triggered new high now, pre-market high, NCLH. Again, if you just look at the candle from yesterday, you know, it got up to 1920 and it pulled all the way back to 1763. I just have a tough time thinking that any of the cruisers or the airlines are going to hold any gains. But again, you know, one day I'm going to be wrong. So let's watch them again. We've got NCLH and CCL. Yeah, I know that they merged, and I know Bill Gates. Well, that was the big press release. Yeah, well, that was his name was in the press release anyway. Bill Gates backed a company. I don't know what percentage he's got of that company. I'm talking about the KCAC. So there are a few other things happening here. Let's take a look at DPW. DPW. Did I see any news? It had some news about, you know, again, the EV sector, whether it holds its gains, another thing, but it is a low float situation, 4.6 million in the float. So, I mean, it's up 35%, 8 million shares. So it's already traded the float, not quite twice. IMAB, big pop up here for IMAB. So I know they've done a financing, but the big deal with this deal they've got with ABBV, $2.9 billion deal. This is a China company, actually. I think it is. Yeah, a China company. So a big deal with ABBV, $2.9 billion. So a big pop up for it. All-time high now for IMAB. I don't know if there's any news on this one, but keep an eye on LMPX. Yeah, it looked a little better when it was up at 16. It's pulled back quite a bit now. It was, when I first saw this morning, it was up to 1660. It's now back down to just slightly under 15. But this is on the watch list. You can see why. Hopefully you can understand why it's on my watch list this morning. This is in the watch list I'm talking about here. I have to wait to see if it triggers. But the high is 1565. So where are we now? I see it was looking really good up here. Looked like it was really going to start to attack this void. But again, just have to wait and see what happens once the market opens. FFHL is a small one, not very much volume. I only have it here because it is a little earnings play. Super low float, 1 million in the float. Anything can happen. Still over the whole number 6. Again, very low volume. They did release earnings after hours, so I mean, that volume is really going to pick up. ANPC. Yeah, there's another one. You know, I call these the biofizzles. Got a high of 784 in the pre-market. It's pulled way back. I mean, the only reason I even bring this to our attention is that, I mean, it's got good volume. It's still up 10%. You never know. Maybe it bases, maybe it starts to move a bit, but I mean, it's pulled way back from the pre-market highs. It's a small bio, did have some positive data that they released this morning. This is one we were watching yesterday, VUZI. Actually, now it is starting to really recover. And again, when I first saw this morning, when I construct my list, I'm going through them, as I see them, and I don't really check them to see what's happened afterwards. But look at this, it's really come back. It's only down 8 cents now from yesterday's close, and that's the VUZI. Another small one here, PLM. Actually, it's got a lot of volume though. Pretty good volume for it. Reasonably low float, 26 million in the float. I'm not sure I saw any specific news on it. The big thing is right near the 200-day moving average, 316. So it's sitting at 308. It did pop up above it for briefly. NX, this is another very low volume right now. Only bring it to our attention in case, well, I know the volume will pick up. Post-market, it's an earnings play, NX. And you can just sort of see that if it can, once the volume does pick up, it's a relatively low float, 32 million in the float. And it's, I say, it's an earnings play. No, thank you, TT, okay. And Domo is another earnings play. And again, not very much volume yet. Now, just like, we're gonna see a lot of stocks that are gonna have a daily candle like this from yesterday. Of course, with yesterday being such a down day, virtually in every sector, hardly any, very few stocks were saved from what was happening yesterday. However, I'm gonna look at the SPY right now. So we're in modest positive territory right now on the SPY. Modest. Take a look at the Qs. Yeah, we're a little bit down on the Qs still. So, tech is still under a little bit of pressure. Again, we have to wait for this to open. And are the airlines moving with the cruisers? Yeah, the airlines are moving a little bit. The cruisers seem to be moving a lot more. This is what I'm saying though. I mean, we've seen this time and again from the cruisers and the airlines. You notice all these topping tails on the daily chart. All these topping tails. And yeah, a couple of bottoming tails here. So what does that mean? At one point, these stocks were up here, but then they just sold right off. And that's just been very, very typical with the airlines and the cruisers. The same thing. I mean, just look how choppy in CLH, look how choppy they are. So choppy. Home is on my list. I didn't see any big volume this morning on it, or at least not a big move on it. Yeah, there's not a big move on it yet, but home is definitely on my list. I mean, takes out 15. It really, you can call support down here, maybe. Looking at that daily chart for home. So this had already dropped. Now, this was an earnings play a couple of days ago. Okay, so then this is yesterday, of course, with most stocks are going to have a big red daily candle looking like that. But this was already on the way down after its earnings. All right, let me just do a quick look to see what the analysts, how busy they were last night, revising their estimates. Let me just see what they were doing in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Yeah, if you check a lot of different, well, at least I check FinViz. I guess because it is this SPAC and it's so new, there is no float information. I checked FinViz, no information there either on regarding a float for KCAC. So in this case, it's not just our data provider. All right, actually not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades this morning. Here's another upgrade for WLL, Wells Fargo. They had a couple yesterday from, I would call more obscure analysts. And now Wells Fargo is getting into the mix on an upgrade of WLL. All right, here are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. I'll get the downgrades in now. That's probably because you've got float, maybe a float in there, because if you look at my top list, you can see it right there. It is right up here. So it may be because you've got a minimum float or something like that, or any float information. That's the unfortunate thing. If it's null, and you've got, say, even like a minimum of a certain amount, then it's just not going to show up. Well, look at Momo. Guys, we got to watch Momo this morning. And why? I'll show you why. Momo's got 3 upgrades. Yeah, get rid of the EPS also. Yeah, get it. Well, I shouldn't say that. Do I still have? I got rid of the EPS here. Yeah, I got rid of the EPS also. I noticed that every now and then things like this would not show up. And I rarely get an ETF anyway. I notice I rarely, even though I've got rid of the EPS, I got rid of it. I rarely get an ETF in here now. So get rid of that one too, and you'll definitely see it. Not a lot we can do about that, with some of these these SPACs, especially the way it basically just launched yesterday. So yeah, you might get the odd ETF, you might get the odd one, but you will not get inundated. Oh, so what do I want to say? Momo has 3 downgrades this morning. So what is Momo doing right now? Okay, so Momo is down just a little bit, but it had 3 downgrades this morning. Had earnings yesterday. Yes, SHLO, I do have it listed here, just as something maybe to talk about a little bit. I don't typically look at stocks under $1. Had a big day yesterday. Look at the volume it had yesterday. Huge volume yesterday. It's a low float also, 15 million in the float. So it turned the float over, what about, let's see, 10, 12, maybe 13 times. And it's starting off gangbusters again. But again, I usually don't look at anything under $1. And the other one is, I'm just wondering if Rocket will start to, well, Rocket is recovering. Never mind starting to recover. There it is, guys, RKT. So, this was earnings actually. So it got hit on earnings plus the the market downturn yesterday. But look at this, it's really trying to recover. I mean, that's a nice move now for RKT. And as usual, if you'd like to follow my watch list up and down and repeating these three windows, if you go to the toolbar and click on New, Channel Bar, and My Watch List, Barry's Watch List, and remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you click on anything, including my watch list, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout would be replaced. So make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. And nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I put a delay on anything happening in here until 9:45. And this has really been producing. I mean, I wish I just can't spend the time, as much time as I'd like to. I create this for you guys, really. But based on all the other things that I'm doing, if I could just glue myself to this, we're finding at least usually 3 to 4 out of 7 that are really, really good. Now, that's been the last little while today. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. And the other thing is I don't have that many stocks in the watch list today. So I don't know how many alerts we're actually going to get. I knew it would, Autolycus. I knew it would. So anything else sneaking in? I'm just trying to see if there's anything else sneaking in. There's Fuel Cell, FSEL. What is Plug doing? So DPW is one of the EVs. Electronics, so again, electric cars. In that sector, we call it the EV sector. So I don't know if this is, it's just a little guy. Let's see what Ballard is doing. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a pop in this sector, a little bit of one. I'm afraid to look. Okay, wow on the way up. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was a big wow on the way down. How's Apple doing? Well, if you were in the room yesterday, you know that I was very, very curious to see what was going to happen today. Would we have another big down continuation day in all the all the sectors, but especially tech. I mean, tech has been obviously it's been the star. I mean, just look what happened again. If you're unfamiliar, there's where the Qs were. This was I don't know if this is an all-time high for the Qs there, but there's where the pandemic started. Everything dropped, but look at tech. Look how it recovered. Versus again, we'll look at the SPY. Same. So the SPY recovered, but nowhere near like tech. But then we had this day. And was this going to signal maybe? I was really interested to see if we'd get another down day exactly like it. It doesn't appear like we're going to, but again, the market is just Probably a little uncertain right now, so we just have to wait and see what happens once the market opens. But it looks like we might be in for a bit of a bounce, especially if Apple and Tesla, can hold at least and not move down. Yeah, I'm not sure how that happens, to be honest. Still learning. I mean, naked shorting certainly, you can see it over 100%. But in terms of institutional ownership at more than, I really don't know. Did you ever Google that just to see? How can institutional ownership be over 100% and just see? I just don't know. Somebody else might know in the room. I'm still have a little bit of focus on the FMCI guys. It's recovered a little bit. Again, this is one of those SPACs. I'm still almost bound and determined to take a little piece of this and hang on. I don't necessarily mean today, but just because of this tattooed chef or tattooed parlor, whatever it's called, the merger that's supposed to take place this month. Seems to be a lot of interest in this stock. All right, so here's Smith and Wesson. A little bit of a bounce here. Again, like everything else, though, I think it already had the day before. It already had started to give up its gains, and then again yesterday, like most other stocks, we're going to see so many candles on yesterday's daily that look like this. So Smith and Wesson is starting to let me see what Sportsman is probably actually it's not doing the same as Smith and Wesson SPWH. Not quite anyway. So it's lagging a little bit. Think if anything else is sneaking in here. I mean, I know this RTO. I just don't really look at stocks under $1. So here's another one. This is getting close to $1. HHT. If you're still learning, in terms of, brand new to trading, I probably wouldn't concentrate so much on that sort of stuff. That's my opinion. There is a lot to kind of learn. I would probably leave that alone a little bit. You can drive yourself crazy trying to figure out. That to me is just one of those anomalies, and trying to figure it out is. I mean, I've been trading for a long time, and really hasn't interested me to figure out why certain things happen. Again, that's just me. Okay, shoes, you got to stop this. I know you're all over this ALYI. Okay, this is really not the room for it. You seem to come in every morning and talk about this 2-cent stock. Okay, so again, there are very, very, very few of us who trade in this price range in this trading room. Yes, the market is going to open in less than 1 minute. So let's have a great end to this trading week, and let's try to enjoy this long weekend. I know I will. I'm going to get rid of these two. And as always, I'll be connected to the simulator. Well, before I got into anything long, I want to see what the market is doing, overall market is doing, okay? I know it's the trade of the week, but you know what? I mean, it broke. It broke. I mean, you should not be. Look, you can do what you want, of course, but you should not be in the trade of the week anymore if you're following the email. It broke through the 10 SMA. It's true. There are so many things out there. Okay, and that's why I mean, first of all, I'm not a macro trader. So that's why a lot of the financial stuff doesn't really interest me that much. All right, we are now open. Sorry about that. We are now open. So let's just see what's happening here. Okay, FMCI kind of getting a little bit of move here. Move here. It's back up to 22. I'm going to be interested again. Okay, so much for the downgrades in Momo. So far, we had 3 downgrades this morning for Momo. Okay, there's PLM, guys. Some volume coming into PLM. And it's a relatively low float, 26 million in the float. Now, typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway, just like to see things settle down a little bit. Again, another EV stock. Just called electric vehicle. Again, when I'm referring to EV stock, I don't mean they necessarily have to make electric vehicles, but they could make batteries, in the sector. So I just basically branded it as an EV stock. And it's starting to move. Really didn't move very much in the pre-market. There goes WKHS. So again, the EV sector may be getting, looks like it's trying to heat up again. All right, this is starting to move. FMCI starting to move. Okay, so John, okay, how do I follow what you are seeing in the app? Can you see my screen? I mean, these are just ideas, okay? These are just ideas. I'm liking, let's see if this gets back over 22. So it's now positive again, FMCI. These are just ideas being generated. If you haven't had a chance, I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. If you haven't had a chance, I would really encourage you, if you just joined Trade Ideas, encourage you to watch the 20 short lessons or to read them. Well, look at PLM. No, PLM is on the way down. So that was quick. There's the pop. This is why I don't like to trade the first 15 minutes. You get some, crazy moves in the first 15 minutes. Just one moment, please. And also, John, all the scans that you see here, plus a lot of other ones, I am sharing. When you logged into the trading room in the YouTube feed, you'll see a lot of links. You should see a lot of links, and those are all the scans that I'm sharing. Yeah, look at it. Yeah, great, nice comeback for SWBI. What is the market doing? Let's take a look at the SPY to start off with. I know it was mildly positive this in the pre-market, so you know, a little bit of a positive open. How are the Qs doing? Okay, a little bit of a recovery. I mean, still, it's really early, really early. There's blooming, guys. You know, this is one I'm surprised. I thought I still had this in here as a swing trade. This was a swing trade. I thought I kept it. This is in the simulator, which I'm going to go over again. If you're new to trading, we've got a great simulator, Paper Trader. It uses our real-time data, has no bearing on what brokerage account you have. And I'm going to go over that in about 45 minutes or so. Other thing I just want to bring to your attention is the promo code we've got on right now for Labor Day, 20% off. And I believe that'll run till, well, certainly till Monday night, midnight Eastern time, Monday night. Okay, so if you click on, you can click on my homepage link. Has a lot of other good links there. So if you click on the homepage link, you will see there's the promo code Labor Day 2020, Labor Day all in caps, for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. It's a great way to try us out, you know, because you can do this. You can always just try us out on a monthly plan. Say the standard monthly. And if you like what you see within 30 days you'd like to upgrade, we'll honor the promo code. So you can upgrade from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual account if you want to do that. So it's a great way to try us out. No, there's nothing in the, nothing happened. Well, okay, it is 9:35. Nothing happens in the AI window until at least 9:35, and nothing is happening yet. Yeah, I mean, look at that pop. And again, guys, so I can only point these things. I mean, because I'm trying to do a lot of different things at once. Like, you know, I cannot concentrate. Things I would have loved to just watch this one because I mean, there's usually you don't see three downgrades in a stock, and there could even be more. I know it had earnings yesterday, but I saw there were three downgrades this morning for this stock. Yeah, I mean, I'd be very wary of this market going long anything based on what happened yesterday. Now, how are my cruisers doing? There we go. 1850 down to 1812. But I mean, look how choppy these are, guys. I mean, again, my bias is still, you know, short. very strong. Bloomin' Brands. I mean, this is one that I kept talking about as a potential swing for you guys. Now, yesterday was actually, it wasn't the worst day when you look at it. You look at this, it just wasn't the worst day. I mean, it obviously it fell, it was up, but it really closed about the same as the day before, which is, not the norm for most stocks yesterday. So this is still a strong stock. BLMN, I mean, it still has some room. It was not an earnings play. Okay, one moment, please. I gotta have my head read, Dreamer. You're completely right. So I was just talking about how I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. You get too many stocks just whipping up and down. My experience in my trading anyway has been that if you trade in the first 15, if you catch the right one and it continues to go, fantastic. I just find though that it's difficult. And I'm not saying after 15 that everything has settled down, but what happens? I used to trade. The first try to catch that early mover, turns into into a loss, kind of sours you a little bit. You get into what I will call a bit of revenge trading mode. So I just typically just forget about it. And that's why I put a delay on these two for 15 minutes. I mean, look at the FMCI. I mean, I could have. Now I was thinking about it, but I wanted to see it break 22. But I mean, look at this. I mean, it got up to 20, almost to 22, pull back $1. Yeah, I should have been paying a little more attention. I think it's on my watch list. Let me just do a check here. It is on my watch list, but the volume is, I don't think the volume is, it's not going to kick in unless the volume really picks up. Okay, so on the, wow, look at this on the downside. Now this is a index fund, clean energy index fund. ICLN. Nobody wants clean energy, I guess. So you would think there's some support around 1568. I don't typically put funds like this, but I did see it yesterday only because of this tremendous move up. And then of course, like a lot of stocks yesterday, this is not really a stock, but with a daily candle like this. And I thought, okay, what if it just continues? Boy, Sorrento. Look where this was. It's not that long ago. I mean, this was the high on less than a month ago. Sorrento, almost $20, $6.70 now. Yeah, this is still pretty strong. I mean, you know, look at yesterday. I mean, this is one of the very few that you're going to see with a green candle on the daily chart. And it broke through the 200-day. Now, it will not trigger here. I think the volume, I can't remember what my volume minimum is. Okay. All right, well, if it makes a new high, well, see, it's got to make a new high now. It's got to take out 1205. If it takes out 1205, it will trigger in here. I have a couple of filters. So just in case you're wondering, I have a watch list, of course, and the watch list it's not a very big watch list this morning. Might only have about 20 stocks in it. What'll happen here is that stocks will get extracted from this watch list if they meet some filter requirements. And that's why they will show up here. No AI alerts yet. Again, guys, today, just like yesterday, I mean, even if you get an AI alert and it's to go long, I mean, look what the SPY is doing right now. SPY is now negative. So just be, now typically, though I can't, you know, I haven't looked at the filters within the AI strategies in a long time. Typically, there is a bit of a SPY component or a market component. So to go long, I think the SPY has to be at least neutral. But if it's dropping, almost for sure, you'll not get a long alert. Here's an interesting one, this SYF. Interesting in that it's above the 200-day moving average now. 25.97 on the move here. And when you look left on that weekly chart, it is above. So looking left again, 27 is the next high in the weekly chart. So it has some room to move on that weekly chart. And yeah, it's a financial. So I mean, look at Rocket. I mean, man, oh man, look at pre-market. Look pretty darn good, and now look what it's doing once the market opened. RKT. Okay, guys. I mean, look at tech down 100, over a little over 100. Now the Dow is up, but I would almost say who cares, because most people are looking at what techs are doing. I'd be watching these cruisers for a potential short entry. NCLH, CCL, take your pick. No AI alerts yet. Now let's see how big this red candle is going to be. That's the second 15-minute candle for the SPY. Remember VUZI looked like it was actually going to go positive, VUZI. Now look at it. Yeah, I'm sure you could probably pick any airline. American Airlines, what is it doing? I mean, look how choppy these are. Look at these bottoming tails, topping tails. And these are not low floats. I mean, $500 million in the float. There's just so much uncertainty. I mean, this is so ugly when you look at this daily chart for most of the airlines. Just directionless intraday anyway. I mean, we can sort of say the trend is up, but down goes Momo, guys. I mean, these downgrades. There's really no, I mean, the support for it. If you back up here on the monthly chart, let's see. You have to go back to 2016 before we see these levels for Momo. Yeah, it's a China stock. Momo, guys. Momo, Momo, Momo. All right, look at this one. PRPO. Look at the volume that has come into it. Probably a low float, 14 million in the float. Something is popping this one up. Okay, now it says a shareholder call to discuss virus news. Okay, this is today. So how did Momo do off that alert? 1603, 1583 now. Let's see what home is doing, 1511. I'd be watching in a 15 break for home. Fossil, Fossil is interesting. I saw this yesterday. It made the watch list because, I mean, again, look at that green candle yesterday in the face of everything else that was happening. But man, look at it now. Really, really giving it all up. FOSL. Momo, Momo, Momo. Now there, okay guys, now look at this big red bar on the SPY, the 15-minute candle on the SPY. We're not out of the woods yet, so the low, I'm going to stick an alert for the low of yesterday's SPY. Another one on the way down, broke down through the 200-day yesterday, popped up, broke down again. OSUR, maybe some support around here, around 980-ish or so, maybe. I wouldn't count on it. So guys, if you don't want a short, you better sit in your hands. Make it the odd one like this one, but oh, look at this one. So again, what did Smith and Wesson do? SWBI. Same thing. Man, oh man. So we're looks like in for another rocky day, unless we get any sort of a bounce, guys. We had no bounce yesterday in the SPY. Here's that 15-minute chart of the SPY. You see straight down, little pause, down again, little pause, down again. We had no recovery whatsoever yesterday. Don't know what's going to happen today, but we're starting off not very well if you want to go long. No, I can only speak for myself. I did take a trade in IB. I had no problem. I didn't get from what I could see anyway, I did not get a late fill or a delayed fill or a fill where I did not want to get it. You probably guessed the one I took. So, guys, basically, this room, I'm not a so called guru where I'm going to tell you what to buy and sell. I'm going to throw out opportunities, ideas, and of course, it's up to you. Decide whether it meets your trading plan or not. I'm here to help you understand how to use trade ideas. That is correct. No AI say it happens. I mean, I'm not a big proponent of the early ones anyway. Certainly the ones at 9:35, but I would not expect any one of the long strategies to trigger unless the spy puts in a bit of a bounce. Nope, no shorts yet. So this one is, obviously running. This is an alpha stock. This one does not care what the market's doing. PRPO, low float, 14 million in the float. Triggered here. Probably not. Only way I would take a long, well, first of all, I don't look at anything in the AI unless it's under $20. Number one, that's just my personal preference. It would have to be truly an alpha stock. If somehow PRPO triggered, I would look at it because, obviously it doesn't care what the rest of the market's doing. Typically would come from something from Neil because those are the ones looking at the high volatility stocks. Just look at my watch list. There's very few that are making new highs. Yeah, that was a quick couple of bottoming tails here for home. So, there was an alert at 15.11. Got down to 14.68. So that would have been a very quick one. All right, so this one is bucking the trend right now. Go-Go. Look at Go-Go. Wow, look at Go-Go over 10 now. Again, look at it yesterday. It did not sell off like the rest of the market. The high, this can't be. High was 10.06 a couple of days ago. Okay, there's Lynn, guys. So again, another one that is considered an alpha stock. It doesn't care what the market's doing. The market's putting in a bit of a green bar here. LAND. What do these guys do? Travel arrangements. Okay, so this is wow, interesting. Compared to the cruisers, this is sort of interesting. Expedition cruising and adventure travel experiences. National Geographic, etc., etc. So it's obviously not completely tied to the cruise ships, but Well, at least I'm starting to get a few here. And again, this is a financial, right? Yeah, Virtue, VIRT. Starting to get a few on the upside. Yesterday, I've got a window that is looking for high RSIs, hardly triggered at all yesterday, which made sense. Is it really? It's over $1. Shiloh is over $1. Maybe it was, or it's approaching it. Well, it depends where we're holding the bag. We got in 33 cents the day before yesterday. You're pretty happy. I mean, look at the volume that came in. I don't know why this global automated parts, et cetera, et cetera. Court approval. Lin guys, LIND. Where's the alert? Oh, I see. Last weekend. Try to get a short of home. I did not fill me. So emerging from bankruptcy somehow, WLL. Actually, I had an upgrade this morning from Wells Fargo. Surprised they would look at this, but so the alert 1210. Well, look at Sportsman, SPWH. And I'm sure SWBI is doing the same thing. Yep. All right, guys, this one, SWCH, looks really interesting. I mean, look at this. I mean, again, yesterday, I don't know if we can get it. It was down 10% yesterday, so probably the uptick rule is going to be in effect. When I say can't get it easily on a short. Look at the room it's got underneath. That's what I'm looking at here. I mean, it was already kind of dropping before yesterday. So guys, a minor, wow, that little bounce, that little green candle is now going red. Still has 4 minutes, 4 minutes to close on that 15-minute candle. There's this eye clean I was talking about. So there was the alert at 1604, slightly underneath 16 now. ICLN. Home. Continue. I couldn't get it where I wanted. Well, look at this. USO. Look at this. All right, guys. So, what's the SPY right now? So now, I mean, yeah, the techs are still getting whacked today. Dow is up just a little bit. SPY is down. But the techs are still getting whacked here. Could not get the home where I wanted it. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're long anything, even look at the Lind. I mean, it is pulled way back now, underneath 12. And if you're not prepared to short, you better sit on your hands, because I would not be recommending anything long right now. Switch, guys, SWCH. Okay. There's a big uh-oh, guys. SPY is at the low of yesterday. The big uh-oh. Well, look at this one. PLM. Really bucking the trend. Look at this. I mean, look at the volume that came into PLM. 500,000 shares right here. But a little less than a third of the volume today. Look at the volume that came in. It's but the only one that I see positive. All right, what are you? NCV. Wow, look at this one. This shortable. It's even shortable. Man, look at the. Well, actually, it looks worse than it is. It looks like there's support right around 450, so it's not that far away. Is that right? Yeah. So it's not that drop is not as severe as it looks like. Oh, I don't have. Sorry, forgot to close these down. ANPC. Yeah, ANPC. Positive data. That's the only news I saw. ANPC. So yeah, keep an eye. It's super low float. 2.3 million in the float. I mean, if it can, see what is it stacking up at? Yeah, I can't see, guys. Once I get my new monitor, I had to shrink a lot of things to cram stuff in, so I can't see, but 608 is where it got halted. Again, betting on the market going down, FNGT. This is one you can kind of go long on. If you won't short. 638, okay, yeah, I don't, again, I've had to shrink things down to get my windows in, so one of them was in my IB platform. Boy, SBWH still, yeah, this is going to be a bad one for me. Could not get the fill I wanted, just underneath 15 for home. But you can probably guess that I'm in. Yes, as we're talking about this, well, yeah, it is. This is well, very frankly, it's awesome. VVPR. Choppy on that daily chart the last 3 days, but there's no big red candle here, and this is really moving. All-time high VVPR. Lots of great volume. Only 4 million in the float. Definitely an alpha stock, yes, Larissa. Look at the SPY, guys. Oh man, oh man. Another SPAC on the way. Wow, look at this SPAC on the way down. DPHC. Again, these are not a recommendation, but if you won't short, this is one of the ones you can go long on, betting the market is going to continue down. FNGD. Lots and lots of volume. So it's funny. Well, not funny. It's overall it's tragic, PJ. But I mean, remember when those unemployment numbers were coming in before, and they looked horrible, and the market shrugged it off and went up. Now, as you say, pretty good number, and the market is acting in reverse. Okay, here's another one. Okay, scientific games. All right, guys, could be interesting. Through the 200-day moving average, 1869 on the way down. Support maybe around that 1718 and then down to 1770 mark. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just looking at a chart. Oh, look at this one. Nova just come straight down. Nova. All right, keep an eye on this LMPX, okay? I mean, it is up a lot. Not huge volume. It's a very, very low float, but I mean, you know, look at the weekly chart for LMPX. I mean, look how much room it has looking left. Tremendous amount of potential here. And it doesn't seem to be reacting to what the rest of the market is doing, okay? So, I mean, I'd be watching LMPX to see if it holds 16 and you know, I hate to even say it, but a potential swing. I mean, it has not, I mean, it did drop yesterday like the rest of the market, but you could look at this, the potential it has, the void, gap, whatever we want to call it. It's above 2 weeks ago's high. So it wasn't tremendously affected yesterday. Hey, good morning, Real. Boy, that's another one. Looks a little bit like the one I was just talking about in terms of the potential, though. Might be an intraday short, but you know, longer term. It didn't have a bad day yesterday, really. I mean, yes, it dropped down here, but it closed pretty strongly. Whoa, SWCH, guys. I'm loving these ones from my watch list here. Some of these shorts. Again, you know, there's no rush on something like an LMPX. I mean, I'd wait to see how it trades today because I mean you've got so much room if you think it looks like an interesting swing trade. There's no rush because I mean what you're really looking at is this huge void. So I'd be waiting to see, you know, number one, if it closes over 16 and SWCH, guys. You know, on the flip side, I mean, just look at something like a SW. I'm not saying to swing short it, but I mean that's why I loved this one. Look at the room underneath for SWCH. No kidding on the boom reel. Yes. Yeah, I mean, the market is just it's going to be awfully hard to maintain long positions. Look at SPWH. I mean, it's just straight down. I don't see. I mean, this is another one that almost like the one I was just talking about. The S the SWCH. I mean, there is some support maybe for around 11 for this one. You know, these are underneath the channels too that we talk about. But I mean, I can't. I just can't see playing bounces. Not until not unless we stop this downturn in the market. Boy, okay, it was a boom, but boy, you had to be quick. You had to be in and out of that DLTH if you shorted that one. I mean, look at the recovery. I mean, that was super quick. I mean, it still looks interesting as, you know, one of the few longs, but I mean, yeah, be very wary of it, of course. Look where it's stalled, right at the bottom of the candles there. Oh, SWCH guys, obviously, well, I tell you, I mean, I can't remember who, Aaron, I think it was Aaron who said they were having trouble getting fills at IB. And, you know, I've had no problems this morning. Nah, not shortable, unfortunately for me, at Interactive Brokers, DPW. Market continues like this, guys. I'd be really looking at these on my watch list down. Some of them have, you know, some of them have popped a bit, but if they re-trigger at these prices, yeah, I can say that I don't recall having any issues at all getting fills at IB with over 4 years. I've not changed a thing. No, you have to look at IB. You have to look at your IB screen. You know, a Brokerage Plus can't know because I mean every broker, as I've explained before, we get the question a lot. Quite frankly, the why don't you have a short float, or sorry, a short availability filter? Well, every broker is different. So, but it's really simple to see. You know, when I mean, you have to have your IB window open. So I mean, it's very simple to see. Okay, thank you, Real. It's simple enough for me to do that. Thank you. I will maybe do that over the weekend. You're not playing. Yeah, have you played any bounces really? Or is it obviously hard yesterday and today? But it's really just I'm talking to you, Real, of course. Or it's basically it's just the short on the short side. Gosh. Oh. Well, again, alpha stock personified. Look at this. PLM does not care what the market's doing. Not shortable, for me anyway, real. PLM is not shortable at Interactive Brokers. Wow, I mean, look at this. What a rip here, guys. I mean, you had no idea this was coming. It was up on the pre-market. I mean, it's on my watch list that I put in there. It was right at the 200-day moving average, the 316. Market open, it really didn't do much. And then look at the explosion here. PLM, wow. Just not shortable. Look at the volume coming in. 1 million shares on that 5-minute candle. Well, because there are no shorts available, probably I don't know how many other who has shorts available, but with no shorts available, there's not a lot of downward pressure from that aspect. Look at the volume that came in. Boy, it's another one. Look at apps. I mean, good grief. I mean, look where it could go. Especially this market. I mean, looks like this is could be another red bar. So far we've had 3 red candles to start. Well, I'm glad I did not hop into FMCI. I was very tempted on this, getting up to 22. So I don't understand what you mean, Stephen. You mean your paper trading? Okay. I mean, it's using our data, so I mean, is it 100? Is it perfect? I don't know how to even answer that question. I mean, it's using our real-time data, so it should be very, very close. Um, First of all, it's paper trading, all right. So I mean, even if it's not, in like in a nanosecond, it shouldn't really matter. You're practicing trading, depending on the spread, I guess. Let's just take one for fun. Yeah, I can't do that one. The spread is terrible. Okay, so it just took the trade. I mean, I just clicked buy and it took the trade immediately. I mean, never really thought about it, Stephen. I'm going to flatten it. I just really have not thought about it. I don't think it's an issue. You know what? Because I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. Okay, because I can't. You know, I'm always in simulation. I'm not going to toggle back and forth. You should ask other people who are using Brokerage Plus and IB, and maybe they can chime in. Okay. Because it's not that I can't give you an unbiased opinion. I just don't do it. So you've already got Calvin saying uses daily, works good. Look at this, guys. Oh, man. So now this is the first hour almost in the books. We've got, you know, 4 red candles. So this is bucking the trend and actually interesting. So cinemas. NCMI. Wow, this is really bucking the trend. What is the float in this? That's not a low float either. Keep an eye on this one. I mean, this is completely and utterly bucking the trend. I know the talk was 70% of the theaters being open over Labor Day weekend. And look at this. I mean, look at the room it's got. What's CNK doing? Not following. So this is kind of dancing to its own beat. NCMI. I mean, I'd still be, you know, wary of going long, but you got to admit, this is interesting. Oh, SWCH or SWCH. Could have picked either of the two SWs. Just about. The Dreamer, just about. But, I mean, obviously for me, the attraction of SWCH was this. You know, so yes, you could have probably shorted just about anything, but the attraction was this right underneath. The huge void. Actually, I'm not sure why it's not showing up here. Ah, I got a relative volume of 3 here. So this is why SWCH is not showing up in the new lows. It shows up here because I only have a relative volume of 1. I mean, this looks just like the S. They're not in the same. They can't be the same industry, but same. I mean, look underneath SPWH on this weekly chart. Look at the room it's got to fall. Well, you always need real-time data from your broker. Okay. We have real-time, if you're using our simulator, of course, we've got real-time data, but if you want to trade your account, your IB account, you have to buy it from, you need a real-time data plan from Interactive Brokers. We've got nothing to do with that. Well, I mentioned the FNGD, guys. If you don't want to short, this is an option to buy this. Well, I guess we're getting our answer right now anyway. Wondering, would we have a similar candle in the Qs that we had yesterday? Well, not only is it similar, it's bigger. So far. So far. What a sell-off in tech and the whole market. Halt. Okay, so ANPC open just resumed. I'm sorry, that's so long ago. I'm sorry. I thought I heard my an alert for it, but no. Okay, we're going to start to see this one, the one I am short in here now because the relative volume is 3. There we are, SWCH. Well, I know a lot of you have never experienced, this sort of action in the market. I mean, I guess back in March, we had these days here, these are the weeks here, but it was pretty short, and then the recovery. Yeah, AI's made no trades. It's telling you something, even on the short side. All right. Momentary green here in the SPY. Momentary. It's only 10:46, so this is a 15-minute candle, so it's only the first minute. Can it remain green? Wow, it's 10:46. I cannot believe it, even though what a fast morning so far. So usually at 10:30, I welcome everybody into the room, especially the ones who are new. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. If you have trade ideas, I'm sharing a lot of scans. I get this is probably my most often asked questions. Do you have a layout that you can share? I don't share the entire layout. Basically what I do is you can pick and choose what scans you might like. So you can do it in one of two ways. Click on the scans tab and here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Maybe an easier way to do it is to click on the room drive icon and scans that I share. You click on download, they'll all go to a Word document. Then you can look at them at your leisure. All you have to do is copy the link, file, load from cloud. If you've copied it correctly, it'll show up here in the box, and just load it. And as always, I call these templates. Okay, I call these templates. So look at, is this still moving higher? Boy, this is an interesting one, guys. NCMI. Anyway, this is what I call a template. So I mean, this is how I like to see the alerts coming in. So if you click on the right click on it and click on summary, you'll see what I'm using for filters. Of course, you're welcome to, if you don't like the price range I'm using or the minimum volume or anything else, you can add a filter, change the values, or customize it to your style of trading. You don't change it at all, but I would encourage you every time, if you're going to load one of my windows or anybody else's window, save it to the cloud. So right click save or share to cloud and save it. So now it's in your cloud and it's there forever, unless you delete it. And for those of you in the YouTube feed, you can do the same thing. All those links, when you logged into YouTube, you'll see all the links. Should be fairly obvious where they all are. Now this is shortable, NCMI is shortable, but it's strong. I mean, it's a strong little stock in the face of what's going on. All right, I want to talk about some of the other links. First, I want to, second here, do I have a message? No. Just want to put in the link for the promo code, because again, we're having a Labor Day promo sale. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, and there's the promo code Labor Day 2020. It'll be good at least until Monday, midnight Eastern time, at least, okay? Maybe the following day, but to be safe, Monday, midnight Eastern time. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans. We have a premium, standard, annual. So the premium, which is the full plan, $22.68 a year minus 20%. The big difference, if you're going to get premium, is because you want to see the AI, which has no trades today so far. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to have a premium plan. You can have our standard plan, but these are the differences. You don't have to have an annual plan. In fact, with the promo right now, this is what, if you're unsure, you can always just try us out. Standard, monthly, $118 a month, less that 20%, or the premium, $228, less the 20%. You can try us out for a month. If you decide, and you do it within 30 days, you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so and we'll honor that 20% promo code. Take a look at some of the other links. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily video. I usually do it between 1:05 and 1:20, kind of a recap of what's happened in the room until then. You can sign up for all of our webinars and training. These are, I keep saying this, I should get them to change, have a different link here because they're basically redundant. If you click on this link, the 20 lessons in 20 days, I'm going to put this link in the room on its own. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I would heartily recommend, heartily recommend that you look at this. You know, what is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? And if you don't have trade ideas, you can see some of the basic features that we have. And here's the daily webinars. Just scroll down. You can sign up for them all. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all archived. So you can sign up for them all right here. And all this is free. I do want to put that that link in. We've had very good reviews for this. 20 short lessons. I think it's been pretty helpful for those of you who are new to trade ideas. All right, I do want to talk about the AI. AI is silent so far today. That's the AI window. No alerts so far today. But this is what the AI does. So there's DLTH. So yeah, it was a quick short maybe, but this is a strong stock. Very strong stock, DLTH. So this is what the AI does. We have 50 what we call baseline strategies that get optimized every evening once the market closes. So the AI has access to the latest market data and runs through the optimization procedure for each strategy. What that means is maybe taking a look at the filter values within a filter, tinkering with it, running the back tester, maybe taking a filter out, adding one in. Doesn't really matter what it is. All you have to know is that last night the AI went through the procedure and these are the strategies that made the cut. As you can see, not too many. Here are some of the long strategies. Nothing is triggered. Here are the short strategies, but nothing is triggered. Nothing triggering, meaning, you know, there are filters in each one of these short strategies, but evidently, for whatever reason, the filter values have not been met. So what I mean by that is, for instance, here, when I look at my basic new longs, highs, and lows, here are the filters I've got. Now, the AI strategies have way more filters, so, you know, it's a little bit tougher for a stock to meet all the requirements. But this is what you can do within Trade Ideas. You can set up your own scans. So this is just a scan I set up, very simple. You know, here's a price range. I wanted to have relative volume. I wanted to be trading at least 3 times as normal. Minimum volume, up or down at least 4%, things like that. And if all those filter values are met and a stock hits a new high or a new low, that's when we get a real-time alert. So again, if you have our premium service, this is what I would do. I would recommend that you click on New from the toolbar, and then the AI/Holly strategy trades window. Not this one, but the trades window. Again, this is the window that you'll see. I'm sure we will get some alerts today, but when we do, it'll be a real-time entry. You don't have to take the trade right off the bat, but you know, there'll be a real-time entry. You'll have a stop price automatically calculated, and then you manage the trades as you see fit. And the other thing, why I would do it this way, is then you can take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every morning. Boy, this NCMI is strong, strong, strong. So I've covered everything, guys, now. Now we're getting maybe, I mean, it looks green right now. Maybe we're getting a bit of a rally in the market. I'd love to see, you know, 3 or 4 green candles. Now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus and how you can use it. Two ways to use it. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can connect to your Interactive Brokers account and then use this Brokerage Plus module to trade your live account. So you can trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you connect to it. Here is a video that explains virtually everything you have to know about how to do that and all the ins and outs, how to create, your one-click trading. It's a 27-minute long video, but if you're serious about doing this, you really should watch this. And the other way to use Brokerage Plus, and first of all, I should show you how to load it. From the toolbar, click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Only available in the app, okay? If you're using our web-based version of Trade Ideas, it's not available. So here's the window that'll pop up. If you're new to trading, before you commit your money to the market, practice, 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 okay? And you can easily do that just by connecting to our simulator. And this is paper trading, and it's using our real-time data, so it's all live. Doesn't matter what broker you've got, it's using our real-time data. Now, I want to show you how you can easily take a trade. Let's take a look at the NCMI. It looks like it's trying to pull back. This might be getting into that short territory. I'm looking at the channel. It's a little bit above it, but we're at it right now. But it is strong, one of the few strong stocks today. Well, I don't really recommend. I use Interactive Brokers. A lot of our clients use Interactive Brokers. It's, I don't know what country you're in. If you're in the States, of course, you can use it. But I'm in Canada. You can use it. It's a real international brokerage platform. Can't hear? Refresh. Oops. A refresh. So do a refresh if you can't hear. It's right beside this gear icon, I think, or up here, yes. Right beside here. Right here. Okay, so I was just going to say, let's take a trade. Let's take NCMI. I just want to show you how easy it is to do it. Interactive Brokers, IB, Interactive Brokers. Again, I don't want to call it a recommendation, but I've been using it for 4 years. I like it. A lot of our clients use it, customers use it, so. Okay, I'm just looking for one to just demonstrate. So again, this is one you take if the market is moving down. So if you're not willing to short, you can buy this one. And again, it's not a recommendation. I'm just showing you what you can do if you're not willing to short, but you want to participate when the market is doing this. The minute the market puts in a green bar, though, this is what's going to happen to a stock like this, or call it an ETF like this. It's a fun, but it's very whippy. It's a 3 times. Okay, let's buy fossil on a bounce and we just put the stop right there, okay? So I'm going to buy a couple of hundred shares. So, I clicked on fossil, FOSL. Symbol shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. Let's pick a couple of hundred shares. I can pick the price I want. When I'm looking at the market, it's a 1 cent spread, so I can go right in at the market. I'm going to buy it. And there it is. Now I can put a stop in. Now you should always have a stop, and you should be doing this, you should have, what your stop is ahead of time. But I'm just showing you how you can put it in right on the chart. So I'll put the stop into the bottom of those two candles right there, the 618. All right, so I just go back and I add the stop. I'll put 615, a little bit below. So notice how it's added right to the chart. So if I allow this to move down to 615, it'll take me out for a $27 loss. I can put a target. Let's put a target up here. It could stall right around there. So let's just put a target. Add. Again, I right click. Now I can add a target order. I'll put 650. And you will see that it'll show up on the chart also. So right there. So now we've got our two lines right on the chart. So at this point, again, if I just let this run automatically, it'll take me out at 615 on the low side and out 650 on the high side. And here's how much I would make or lose. I can move these lines up and down on the chart. So if everybody's looking, a lot of people want to put a trailing stop. This is what I would do. I would use the chart, especially if you're not in a lot of trades at the same time. I would use the chart. I would move these lines. If the trade starts working well, why wouldn't you just start moving this line up and put it in areas of the chart that make sense? Talking about like another support area. So if it broke down through that support, that's where you'd want to be taken out. So, this is how easy it is. You just move the line up and down. Same with the target. I mean, if the trade was really working well and you're approaching your target, why would you get out? So you can always move your target up and down too. Now you don't have to use the chart. You can just do it manually right here. So if I wanted to trade out right now, I could flatten the trade. Just highlight it and flatten it. I could get out at half my trade, or I could double it. I could pick how many shares I wanted to get out. If I wanted to trade for whatever reason, 50 shares, right at the market, sell it, could do that. So this is the simulator. Really, if you're new to trading, don't trade your money in the market yet until you've practiced trading. And this is all part of our standard service. Again, I cannot emphasize enough to practice before you commit money to the market. I know everybody is, so eager they want to take advantage and start trading right away, but let's put it, and I say this all the time. If you cannot make money paper trading, you'll never make money when you have money committed to the market. And also making money paper trading, simulation trading, does not guarantee you're going to make money with the market. Also, when you finally do start trading for real, when you start trading for real, a whole lot of stuff enters into it. Emotions, discipline, which you don't really have when you're paper trading. Hello, action trader. Good morning. So let's see now. So we did have a green bar. Now I'm going to put an alert at the bottom here of those two candles because I mean, if this is a red candle now, if it takes out the lows here, I mean, look out because this will be like a green bar ignored. You'll have a downtrend, and then this will just turn into a momentary uptick, and then the downtrend will, excuse me, will continue. I appreciate that, Essie. All right. So my alerts are starting to finally, especially on the downside, starting to dry up a little bit. Look at the lending club. Oh, what are the Qs doing? Little pop in the Qs. No, you know what, quote unquote, they would love is to have a rally in the market, so we don't have to stew about, another huge down day for 3 days on a holiday weekend. All right, guys. Well, things have definitely settled down for me here. I'm not getting any alerts now. Yeah, Fred, I didn't actually put the ticker up. IGC. This had again, a big day yesterday. I mean, it did sell off at the end of the day, but it is above. It's above. It's not above yesterday's high, of course, but at least it's above where it closed. IGC. So keep an eye on this one. I mean, this was a one of the few stocks up yesterday. IGC. A little cannabis play. Keep an eye on this candle guy in the SPY and that 15-minute candle. I mean, if it closes below, if it gets below the lows of these two candles, I mean, this is just, just forget about going long for a while. Strong, strong stock, NCMI. So I am not in anything right now. I have covered both my short positions. All right, guys, I'm just going to check to see what's going on in our support. I'm just keeping an eye on this candle here, the SPY candle right there. See if we can have just a glimmer of hope that it doesn't take the lows out here. You know, I mean, this was a strong one yesterday too. I mean, no red candle here. You know, it sold off a little bit, but no red candle. EBON. I'm just looking at the one you gave us. I don't see any alerts today. But thank you, Calvin. This is the beauty of trade ideas. You know, we've got multi-strategy window. Oh, that's okay. You know, if you're new to trade ideas, I mean, we can easily share what we call our cloud links. So Calvin has very graciously created an alert that he's willing to share with everybody. And all you have to do is just click on the link. You click on the link, it should load in a new tab. You just highlight it and copy it. Control copy. And then from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, and you see how the link appears right here, and then just load it. And as he said, it's a multi-strategy window, so it's got 3 alert windows in here. That's what a multi-strategy window is. As Calvin says, he's got only 2 monitors, so for space considerations, you can take alert windows, as many as you want, and put them into what we call a multi-strategy window. And then you would see these are all individual alert windows right here. Yeah, look at this, guys. I mean, it's a narrow body of that candle, but the next one is still forming red. I mean, if it stays within here and just flattens out at least, but I'm telling you, if it takes these lows out right here with any sort of authority, look out. I'm watching this one still for a short NCMI. I mean, it had the did get down there, but popped right back up. I'm watching to see what it does at the high of the day. I mean, there's nothing stopping it in terms of chart resistance. I don't know what that means, Fred. Summation index. Don't know what that means. Okay, so to zoom in on a chart, first of all, left click on the chart. Okay, guys, I mean, NCMI is making a new high. We're at the high of the day. You know, at some point, you know, this could turn into a lovely short, but, you know, right now it's strong. So left click on the chart. So Trade Ideas knows that's a chart you want to zoom in on. So you left click, and then press down on the control key on your keyboard. Keep it pressed down, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. That's how you zoom. Okay? So for the SPY, I mean, you can just scroll in and out. Boy, this is strong. Kind of like you, though. I'm a little leery of going long anything right now, but this is strong. Okay, so to participate in Benchmark Consumer Media Entertainment Conference. Okay, that can't be the news. I mean, that is the news. I mean, that was last night, 9 p.m. So, I mean, that is the news. But CNK, just looking to see, yeah, I mean, it's not advertising gauge. So this is going into, let me just see where yeah, so for whatever reason, so this is falling into this category. Cinemedia, so it's okay. I should have read that a little more closely. So this is not theaters as such. Yeah, there's a big pullback for LMPX, guys. So remember what I was saying. I mean, I like the idea. You know, maybe, you know, but we're going to have to get the market on our side a little bit, but as a potential swing. But I was saying, you know, I would not be taking it right there. I'd be waiting to see how it closed for the day, especially if it closed over 16. So right now, that's a no-go. Okay, Fred was mentioning CYDY. Okay, it's got good. It's a big float. Wow, $500 million in the float. $4 stock. That's a big, big float. It's gonna take a bunch to move this one. Didn't have a bad day yesterday. At least it says a green candle. It's a virus play. Fred in the YouTube room was mentioning this one. It's hard to get a gauge on this one because there's just no resistance on any of the charts on the daily, weekly, or monthly. So, I'd love to be looking at shorting this, but I mean, there's just no resistance area that it's coming into. Other than the 200-day. So at least there is the 200-day moving average at 467. So that could do it. Just a minute, I'm just trying to. I know there were shorts available for. I'm sure there are. Yeah, I'm surprised too. But a lot of looks like there are a lot of shorts. Actually, not many. 7,000 shorts available. Not that I'm looking to short this one, KCAC, but there are just. You had me. My curiosity was piqued to see whether or not there were shorts available at IB. Well, okay, obviously a strong stock like this is a super strong stock. I mean, it's up 20% in the face of the market, being down so much. So this is running counter to the market. So right off the bat, that's a strong stock. Okay, right off the bat. Then you look at the resistance areas in which there are really none. So I mean, there's nothing stopping this from, keep going higher. I'm not saying it's going to, except right there is the 200-day moving average, 467. But that's 30 cents away. So that's what I'm saying. This is a strong stock. That doesn't mean to hop in and buy it, but I mean this is a strong stock. So I mean the one obvious thing to look at is, okay, what percentage is it up? Even if the market were moving higher, a stock that's up 20% is got to be a strong stock. Make sense? And a weak stock is one that, of course, is down a lot. But then in combination with looking at the higher time frames, you can just kind of see where a stock could possibly go. One of the couple of scans that I'm sharing, strong stocks, strong stocks up and weak stocks down. You might want to just take a look. These are a couple of top lists. You might want to just take a look at those. And you're going to see, oh, let's just take, there's probably not too many. Let's just take a look at the strong stocks up. Now, okay, so I actually made a change here. So why this is, yeah, see what I should do is make a change because these are stocks that are still down for the day. This is the only one in this, and I think, yeah, this is, see what I've done here is if a stock has had a bounce, then look at NCMI, but I'm not shorting it yet. One moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, I should probably get rid of this. Now you're just going to see stocks that are up for the day. So these are stocks that are up for the day. But I mean, these are so-called strong stocks, but I mean, there's not very many that are near the day's high. And typically what I do, that's why I sort on this column right there, the position in the day's range. Because even though Lind and Domo are up for the day, they're near the bottom of the day's range. So they meet the filter requirements. What do I have here? Stock has to be up at least 4%. You see, and I should get rid of this. I know it's confusing. Now you're going to see a truer picture. There we go. Only one meets all the filter requirements. So a stock that is up for the day and near the high of the day. Only one strong stock meeting these filter requirements, as an example. So I could pop this into the room. Here's another one, Tilly's. Now, and then all you have to do, so you look at Tilly's. It's a strong stock today in the face of what the market's doing. So all you have to do now, if you want to find the weak stocks, we've got a very cool feature in Trade Ideas, which we're going to have a lot. So you take the window that you just duplicate it. Okay, and then you right click and go to configure and flip it. So anything that is flippable will flip. In other words, obviously this range will not flip, the current volume, but up 4%. Now it'll have to be down at least 4%. It'll have to be no more than 20% above the low of the range. Okay, so let's just flip it. And I'll give it and you give it another name, strong stocks or weak stocks down, I would call it. Say okay. Now now you see how many more there are? Weak stocks down for the day. Okay. So I'll just put that in the room and you can, rename it or just flip it. Just do it. I get used to, using trade ideas. You can take a strategy and you sort of just flip it to get the sort of the competing version of it. Actually, I'm trying to figure out why NCMI is not on the strong stocks. There has to be a reason. Volume is good, up 4%. Should be near the high of the range. Current volume is good. There's the price range. Sure, Axe, I'll do that. Just give me a moment here. Do something here. I'm going to take this filter out. No. Interesting. I don't know why this is not showing up as a strong stock. Let me just one more time. Oh, I know why. I think. Yeah, I've got 5 and 60. That's the reason. So let's move this to 3 and 60. Actually, I don't even know I have 60. Now it'll show up. There we are. So again, you can take the windows that I'm sharing and of course customize them to your style of trading. A price range, a volume, etc. These are just templates. Okay, so the demonstration again from the beginning. Now, are you talking about flipping? Axe? Okay, so here I've got my strong stocks up, okay? So if I want to flip it to find the weak stocks down, so I duplicate the window, right click, duplicate the window. Then I right click, configure, flip. And it'll flip the filters that I have that are flippable. Obviously, I mean, these price ranges cannot be flipped. The current volume, the volume cannot be flipped, but these obviously can be. Prices up, well, now make it down. Prices 80% above the low of the range, now we're going to make it 20%. So when I flip it, you'll see exactly what I mean. So I'm going to say OK. So now look, when I look at the configure, see now it's down 4% and it cannot be any more than 20% above the low of the day. Okay, so that's why you can take any strategy and kind of like a competing strategy then. And of course, that's my version of a strong stock. I mean, look, there's a strong stock, EBON. Running completely counter to what the market's doing. Now, listen, the market is, I think there's a glimmer of hope, guys. Tried to take this out. But now we've got a green candle. I think it'll be relatively bullish if we can get the SPY over that area right there. Make it, get it up above this area right there. Yeah, 339, whatever that number is. Yeah, 339. Another strong stock, Court. Now, it doesn't mean you just take the trade. I mean, it has to be coming from some kind of a pattern, but it's just at least, and in fact, you can also look at the strong stocks, and especially if the market reverses, they may turn into interesting shorts. I can't believe how quickly this morning has gone by. 11:39 already. Obviously, another strong stock, PLM. So, I mean, if you wanted to, you could maybe, just look at strong and weak stocks all day long. Look at that bottoming tail. Yeah, $2 bounce. You're right. Keep watching FMCI. It has probably had a what's that bounce? 17.99. So yeah, anyway, it's had almost a $2 bounce also. But I'm not in any hurry. This market has to prove to me that we are going to rally somewhat. And right now, it's not telling me that. Not yet, anyway. Yeah, I don't believe so. I actually asked that question before Kylev, and I don't think so. Yeah, it'd be nice. I'd love to have my scans as a, but no. That's because it has to go to our website. It's a question, I asked that question early on. I thought maybe with the new affiliate links, with the new way we're doing it, you could, it gives you the ability to create your own links really easily, but no. I know. Yeah, I'd have my links all out there. I mean, I think a lot of people take my links on my scans, but yeah, You know what? I'm going to ask that question again, though. See if. All right, I've asked the question again to somebody who should know, and we'll see what the answer is. I asked it before, quite a while ago, and we'll just see what sort of an answer I get, because I'd love to do that too, obviously. I'll let you know. Nice to have an affiliate in here. Are you in the US? No, I think, listen, we've had days like this before. I will admit that it's a little strange, no alerts at all, but nobody's turned it off. No, nobody has turned it off. They haven't pulled the plug or anything like that. And just as we speak, there's the first AI alert, guys. First AI alert just showed up. Just showed up. Just one moment, please, guys. I'm just answering a question here. Yeah, so far, yeah, can't do it. Who asked the question? Sorry. Kylev, yeah, you can't do it. Guys, I was toying with this short of NCMI. Doesn't look like it's quite over yet, though. All right, so one alert. Now let's see what the spread is like. It's not great, but then let's take a look at what Real did. So you're actually using the, okay, trade ideas. Okay, cool. Standard deviation, etc. Whoa. Just another one to look at. All right, guys, so the SPY is just kind of resting now. At least we sort of stem the downside for a bit. Just kind of resting now. Be reasonably bullish if it can move about above this candle right there around 339, especially on a nice big green candle up. Yeah, I don't know if they have any plans on rolling it out in the future. Yeah, my dog, I don't know what's happening. Okay, guys, listen, on the NCMI, no, it's not going to be till the end of the day, unfortunately. So I'm watching this NCMI, minor bottom or topping tails here, okay? Minor ones. I know, William, you were talking about shorting this near 450. I don't know. I can't see if I have a post that you've done it already. Okay, guys, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to push it. I'm going to push it, push it, push it, push it. Okay? Get above. Well, as I say, I was kind of kidding before, but you know, the quote unquote they, I'm sure would love to see this market close at least. Like, I don't think they want to see it catastrophically down like it was yesterday and have people mull that over a long weekend. All right, guys, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Let's see who is on today. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just eating. Sorry. Apologize. Okay, guys, there it is. There's the spy just over. Okay, so I just have to find out who's on today in the YouTube feed. Okay, so Andy is on. So, guys, if you want to check out the YouTube feed between noon and 1 today, I'm going to give you the link. This is what we do. I look after the YouTube feed between 9 and 12, and then from 1 to 3, and we have 5 other traders, trade ideas, Monday to Friday, and they each take turns monitoring it from 12 to 1. You can ask them questions. They have different takes on the market than I do. They're probably more swing traders than I am, so I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. 3 minutes. He said 3 minutes, so he might be in the room now. So I'm just going to wait to see if I see a poster on you, Andy, in the YouTube feed, and then I'll stop my stream. Meanwhile, all right. So Andy is there. Okay, I'm going to stop my stream in the YouTube.
Hello, traders. Let me know when you can hear me out there and you can see my screen. Waiting on you. Testing 1, 2, 3. Ah, great. Thank you, Justin. Hello, everybody. This is the support webinar. If you're unfamiliar with it, this is where we kind of take over Steel Barry's live stream for about 1 hour to open it up for support webinar. This is, you can come in and ask your questions about the software. We'll talk about anything you want to talk about. We'd love to answer questions of those kind of struggling with the software. But all right. Looks like everybody can hear me okay. My name is Andy, and I am taking over this live stream for about 1 hour, guys, to answer any questions you may have about the software. And you know what? Today's a good day to talk about trading as well. If you want to talk about, you know, how you might stomach a market like we've seen the last couple of days, where we've seen some vicious selling. It's possibly that we're a nice little bounce there in Facebook. Spies, there's a Spies Q. Some damage has been done, but we'll see. Nice bounce in the Q back above their 15-period moving average. So we'll see if that's a bottom. You know, over the last 12 years, when you get action like this, it usually is a bottom. But there will come a day where it'll get ugly again for a extended period, not just 2 days. PLM new high, somebody says. Yeah, nice. Looks like some metal ore mining going on there. Trying to think and see what only the only thing I've done today is I came in about 80% cash, just honoring the sell-off that we've seen the last yesterday, and actually was trimming out before then. I did take advantage of this pain in flowers this morning. Of course, these are just all buys I'm doing in my paper trade, so don't worry about that. I actually bought it at 25.60 down here, just taking advantage. You know, this guy was recently at a lifetime high at 32.62, and boy, that was a vicious sell-off. Had some nice support down here, so I did pick up some flowers today. No pun intended. One that I've been sitting in for a while and took some pain is this Neo, but luckily it did have a nice little bounce as I thought it would, as it got down here to this the previous all-time high. This is an alert I shared with the people yesterday, saying, guys, if we do get a sell-off, watch this Neo if it gets down here to the 1650 area. Of course, it went a little bit lower. A lot of things did in this market. All right, Fred, CYDC holding up well. Let's take a look. CYDY. Yeah. Definitely, that is relative strength, Fred. Even in this carnage, the thing has been up all day. So, yes, that is what you call a relative strength. It looks like it's a pharmacal, probably a biotech, with a name like Cytodine or something. Looks like it probably is. But yes, that's an impressive chart. Now the daily, not so much, so we'll see. Looks like it's trying to potentially break a downtrend, but yeah, a lot of yeah, I did that a few days ago. Definitely going to have some area of resistance if it does make it up to this level, 450 level. Be some serious resistance there. All right, guys, if anybody's out there and you have questions about the software, now's the time to ask. Okay, you're saying it's a COVID play, huh? Okay. Thing about our paper trader can really show you a lot, and this is why I think it's important for people to look at that histogram today. Down 150,000 and almost back to flat, but because I was buying a lot of things as they were coming in, like this flowers, like Nvidia. This one hasn't really bounced that much yet. We'll see if that can get into play. Hey, Mike C, how are you? But I shared a lot of these alerts yesterday in my webinar that I do on Thursday afternoons, and said, guys, this is where you can be prepared and mark up this stuff. Now, a lot of them blew through just because of the carnage we saw in the market. It was vicious, but still, it can give you. This crowdsource was just beautiful. I mean, look at this thing. It was recently had earnings, all-time high, and boy, you talk about getting that on discount. Thing pulled almost all the way down to its 20. So that's the kind of thing, if you're in a market like this, instead of just sitting back with deer in the eyes and being afraid, find these strong stocks that were strong at one time and mark them, put some price alerts in there, take advantage of when they come down. I'm trying to think, I did make one other purchase today, but I'm trying to think what it was. Flowers, I know. I can't think right now. What do you think about the chart Zynga? Let's take a look. Not good. Okay. Unfortunately, it's just it was even ugly coming into today. That's kind of a just kind of a rounding top. You got a double top here, and this what started the sell off. It tried to push out to multi probably year highs right there and just sell off. As far as what I see, I really don't see a whole lot of support. Did bounce off this previous high right here that it took out on these big volume bars, so that was good. Let me draw this, put it right here. You can see kind of where it bounced, went a little bit below. I would want it to hold that level if I was in it. Otherwise, I think you really stand a chance from coming all the way down possibly to this level here, where your next level of resistance, some people might say there, $8, maybe a level. If it breaks its low today, I think it could visit that number real quickly. But let's see. A lot of things got this held up good yesterday in a weak market. So let's see if it can dig in today and move higher. Nice call, Ziggy. If you called this one, yeah, it's uh, it definitely was overdone. That's for sure. This was well due. It was just we had been just creeping higher and higher and higher, and yeah, anytime you get extended like that, especially the Qs. I mean, you were seeing stocks that were just stupid. Okay, Nvidia, it just got Tesla. I can go. I can just keep going and going and going. They were just stupid, and now you're seeing kind of a reset on some of these. Zoom, which I was kind of hoping Zoom would come down. It still may. I think Zoom may come down to this. Put me a little mark there in case it does. Just in case it wants to come down and tag this 10 period moving average anytime soon. Well, good, Ziggy. It's a real call if you put your money where your mouth is. I always admire those calls more than just somebody making a prediction of what's going to come and when. But yeah, when you put your money where your mouth is, man, now that's an official call. Let's see, the ones Nvidia is actually having kind of a hard time bouncing there, still underwater there. And this CS not really trying to bounce yet. So we'll see. It may not be over either. I look at the Qs and it's like, I was telling Steve when I bought that flower, as I said, this looks like a lot of pain down here. It looks like a good level. But then I look at the Qs and I'm thinking, boy, do they want to touch this 50 period moving average? Wouldn't be surprised. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not today, but maybe Monday. We'll have to see. PLM above. Yeah, it is extended. Huge volume though. Look at that relative volume, 50. That's incredible. Running into some level right here. I mean, kind of some congested area. A lot of tops over here. Yeah, so. And plus $5 $5 is always a critical level. So if you are long this one, I would be careful here. If you got some nice profits, maybe want to take some off. 5 is always a huge level for stocks trying to, get into big boy land. All right, John says, would you be able to demonstrate how fast you can get in and out of a trade with hotkeys? Can you make the trade right from the chart? Can you put in a stop limit on the chart as well? Yes, you can do all those things, John. The best thing to do is have a strategy built. Okay, we have some pre-built strategies in there for you, but if you want to build your own strategies, like a couple that I have down here that come with mine come with stops. I don't use price targets. I feel like I let the market dictate how long I'm going to stay in a trade. But you can build your parameters. If I go in here and show you, I'm going to edit my trading strategy, and you're going to be able to see it. Okay, this is a bounce below. This is a short swing. Let me do the long swing and edit trading strategy. Okay, so this is kind of a long swing trading. So if I want to click on any chart and assign it to this strategy, I can do that. And then what it would do, it'll use my parameters. So in my order details, everything will go off as I have it set for position sizing. This is just your limit order, limit offset. I'm just doing 0.02. It's contrarian play, so I don't need to use a big delta in this. So. And here's your risk management. This is where you want to put your stop loss. Like I have it at 3%. And target, if you want one, you can put it in here. Okay, say I wanted to put a 10% target, something like that. I could do that as well, but I'm not going to do that. I don't want a target. Trailing stop, you know what? Don't use that right now. Just use your. You can always adjust your stops once the stock starts going in your favor. The problem with our trailing stop right now, just the way our back end is built, it overrides the stop loss. So you can't use a 3% stop and then a 1% trailing stop, because what will happen is the trailing stop will override it, and essentially your stop will be $1 if it goes against you. 1%, I'm sorry. So anyway, yeah, you just build that whole time. If you wanted to put one in there, mine is tomorrow at 3 days at the open. It will get me out automatically. And then if I wanted to buy something, let's say I wanted to buy Apple here, I could just go on my chart. I could right click. I could go to Trade Apple, and I can use my strategy. If I wanted to use this one, I do have a default long strategy, but the one I just built, watch this, I'd go out and buy it. Okay, just bought Apple. Look how quickly it did it. Bought Apple and set my stop loss in there for me. So that quickly. Now, if you want to do a limit buy, we have these buy and sell buttons up here. So let's take, for example, let me just pull another one up. Let's say Twitter. If Twitter gets above $40, I want to buy it. Okay. So what I can do, John, is just hit my buy button. Okay, because I have, let me show you again. In my strategies window, I have a chart long strategy. Okay, if I click on this, you're going to see it is my default chart long strategy. I set it up the same way I set the one I just showed you up. So let's say I want to do a limit buy on this. In other words, I don't want to buy it until it triggers, my price target triggers. So I can click on the buy button, take it down here to 40, get a little head start at 398. Okay, it sets the buy and it also sets my stop in. So obviously the stop will not, if it goes against me, will not trigger. It will only if I have a position. In other words, if this goes up and triggers at 40, I'll automatically get in. It's a great feature that nobody really, I mean, I don't think a lot of people use, and it's so nice. It's like setting a price alert and then having your price alert automatically trigger for you. So I hope that helped you, John. Uh, how can I refine my back testing to replicate more of a discretionary call on an exit? Well, you can't. If you anytime you're back testing, okay, the back tester has to know what your stop is going to be. Obviously, if a discretionary means you're basically getting out on your own terms. So how is it? How it can't read your mind to know where you would possibly get out. Uh, Trailing bars only. You can't. Yeah, you can't do that. You can use trailing. Let me pull up one I recently did. Let's see. I think it was plenty at the 20, which is probably not performing very well the last couple of days. If you're buying things off the 20 in the last couple of days, you're probably getting run over. But if I go into backtest, okay, I'm going to tell you my experience with this, and I played around with it one day for probably 4 or 5 hours. If you're talking about these advanced exit conditions, they work, I think, but uh, this is only for like a trailing stop, and I could not get anything to perform better than my just holding mine the entire time. Uh, you can play around with it. This is where you would go. You'd probably, I think it uses a bars. I think it's a 15-minute bar. Uh, will get you out like on a 15-minute bar reversal, and of course you can use a percentage trailing stop. But I'm gonna be, if you have more questions, just send them to info@Trade Ideas. This is where you would do it, or you can put a percentage trailing stop in here. But once again, I'm afraid it may override your stop. But give it a shot. If you want to use the 3% stop, then come in here and use a 1% trailing stop. That's how you'd set it up. But like I said, I could not get anything to perform better than my hold time. All right, I'm back testing a third test of VWAP bounce along with a 25-cent target, half off on the target, and ride the rest until it falls under the 13 EMA. James, yeah, we don't have. You're gonna have to use if you're gonna be. Actually, you're talking about advanced exits, and they're not gonna work. Here's the problem with them. Okay, if you do it based on where a moving average is at this time, it's not going to move with the price of the target. Okay, so in other words, if the stock is going up and your SMA is going up, obviously, your stop is still going to be where you originally set it. In other words, it's not going to float with the moving average. So let me see if I can find an example. Maybe like this Facebook, let's say you bought it here and with a stop below the 10-period moving average. It may work, but what it's going to do, it's going to peg it at this price right here. So in other words, if Facebook continues to move higher and this turns, it's not going to move. Your stop is not going to move with the 10-period moving average. Okay, we're hoping to have advanced exits working better in the future. Okay, we're having to do some stuff into our infrastructure, but for right now, I think you're best just sticking with the basic, percentages and things like that. Or there is a good one above low. We have an above low, which means it's above the low of the day. That's a good one. Uh, you're welcome, James. Would you explain the properties, speed, slow? Yeah, I don't even honestly. I don't even know why they put those in there because you want to keep it on normal all the time because our data is in real time. Okay, these alerts are in real time. And view mode. I'm sorry, where is it at? So speed, yeah. You want to keep it on normal. That's what I've been told by the developers. Okay, so why they even put that in there, I don't know. But I need to ask next meeting. I need to ask them that because everybody here at Trade Ideas just keeps it on normal. I think slow would just kind of slow it down for you in case you have a really fast one moving. It'll just kind of slow things down. But here's the problem: if it does that, you're not going to be getting the alerts in real time. And honestly, I don't understand faster, and fastest because nothing is faster than real time. I mean, you can't predict the future. So, I know it's confusing, but just trust me on this one. You want to keep it on normal. That's just the best. That's the best thing because everything's going to be in real time. You're welcome, Jammin. Yeah, PLM broke into big boy land. You are correct. It sure did. Look at that volume. And that's the reason why. Now, whether it holds up, time will tell. But, boy, when you get that kind of volume coming in, that's just huge. Good for you if you're in it. You stand a much bigger chance of breaking through into big boy land with this kind of relative volume, versus right there, 65 relative volume. That's huge. Look at this 1 minute volume, 61,000%. That's basically, or 51. That's basically 5,000. Yeah, it's times normal. That's crazy. We'll see if it holds up. Now it is up. What, almost 100%. So, but I've seen these things get crazy. I think we all have at some point. All right, some good questions so far today. Let's take a look at the market. Spiders above their, this is key level, above their 10 period moving average, kind of bouncing off of them. Let's see if they can hold up. And take a look at the Qs real quick, and then I'll get to your question there, Daniel. Same thing. Qs are holding up a little bit better, not even pulling back to their 10 period moving average. So let's see. Let's see if the buyers have returned. And we'll take a look at Children's Place real quick. Wow, that's strong. That's what you call just hitting highs. That's impressive. I mean, the chart is ugly. I'll tell you that. This is an ugly looking chart. Look at this downtrend that it's in. Trying to get through it, and also have a level right here that you have to deal with. Zoom out to see if there's more. Yeah, that's a critical pivot level right now where it's at on the chart. So we'll see how it acts towards it. Looks like around 23, 25 level. Because not only do you have your downtrend, you also have a critical resistance pivot level right here. So we'll see what happens. But that's definitely for today. That's definitely relative strength in that one. Which is kind of crazy. The market used to be weak stocks. When the market got weak, would get weaker. Nowadays, it looks a lot of times you just have money being transferred out of maybe some tech into maybe some possible value plays or something like that, because I see this a lot. Stocks that have been beaten up, all of a sudden they start moving higher on the on the bad days. But definitely, yeah, definitely outperforming today for sure. Yeah, the 10, take a look at the averages here. You see, this is always a good sign. Let's see, you got your 20 period coming down as well, right at that level. So you got a lot of things to deal with here in the near future if it gets up there. But I do like the fact that this 10 period is starting to try to turn around. So possible turnaround candidate. And take a look here at my revenue growth fishing. This will be on my radar now. What do you see? You see place. Why do you see it in there? Look at the revenue growth. Doing better. Not a very good cash to debt ratio. I'm not really crazy about that. EPS still not making money. Of course, that's a lagging indicator. They could be looking to make money in the future, uh, but showing some growth right now. So let's see what happens. Thoughts on VVPR? Ah, that's powerful. It's electric power generation. Boy, it's come a long ways. It's nothing I'd buy at these levels for sure. That doesn't mean it can't keep going, but a nice chart breaking through that 10 today, doing it on decent, relative volume. You got relative volume, right? Great relative volume, lifetime high. Yeah, a lot of good things about that. I don't know if you're in it, but if you're in it, I would probably consider taking some profits. And if you're not in it, you're looking to buy it, maybe I would try to look for a pullback, maybe somewhere near the closest top of these wicks or something like that. It just personally, I don't like to chase a stock that's gone from basically what $2 or $3 to $12 in a couple of weeks. But that is just me. Some people, they don't mind. They don't care. Like Kramer always says, he doesn't care where a stock has been or where it's going. Let's see if my P&L. Oh, look at there. It got green after being down 150,000. Once again, this is my paper trading, but I like to mimic a lot of trades that I'm in. I've been in Neo for a while, still in that one. I'm in Builder. I did sell half of it on this day right here, still in that position. I just bought flowers this morning, I told you, down here, just playing off the pain. I wish I'd gotten that crowdsource. That one just really bothered me. Not crowdsource, but CrowdStrike. That was a gift. Oh yeah, and I'm in Rocket. Rocket. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a little bit underwater. It's kind of funny. I bought it in here going into earnings. I did sell a third of my position on this day, the day before earnings, but then I kept 2/3, and I'm a little bit underwater. My average price is about 28, so I did buy a little bit more today, just because I thought they had great earnings. I think it's just it's an IPO, a lot of new people that were in it getting out. So yeah, that one, I'm definitely underwater a little bit in that one, but fighting back nicely now. All right. Okay, Luther says he is out of. Uh, okay, yeah, nothing wrong with that, Luther. It's that's what you do. That's how you trade. You buy it, you look for that move, and you pounce. Yeah, I don't blame you at all for selling that VV. What was it? VVPR. Got a nice move there. A lot of times, you come in here Monday or Tuesday, it's up to $20. Don't kick yourself. Anytime something gets up, it's up 38% today. It's just, yeah, you never know. You some news could come out and do a secondary, and this thing could be back down to $8, on Monday. You just never know. All right, let me catch up here. What's a good swing trading scanner? James, I'm going to take you to Trader's Vault. You want to go to the Trader's Vault, and you want to take a look at this bottom row right here. Okay, that revenue growth fishing, you see that was on mine. Let's go fishing. That's just one. These three, right, the first three are kind of possible trend reversal plays, so you got to be careful. Okay, if you're wrong and they go back into their range or downtrend, you want to get out. But all these right here are good swing trading alerts. And once again, I always tell people the momentum alerts can be the best swing trading alerts, because that can be the start of a huge move. So I'm going to tell you to focus on Extreme Volume High-Low Pro and Extreme Master Blaster, because if you see stocks breaking out of a range, that can be a really good start of a extended move. Michael likes this rounded bottom. I haven't looked at that much. Daily bull flag setup. You're not going to see a whole lot in there, but when you do, it could be some nice one. In this daily candle, this bullish daily candlestick pattern can be some nice ones, especially when you see those bottoming tails and the green bar reversals. So anyway, take a look at that Trader's Vault and focus on that bottom line right there, that bottom level. Oh, the Trader's Vault, it's right here. See, let me put it back on my default so I can show you where you're going to find it. And all you have to do is look in the channel bar, and it's going to be about 12 down or something like that. Look for the key. Look for the key, and that's where it's going to be. That rhymed. Yeah, fishing is kind of it's an old, let me see if it's under here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. I built this one, and take a look at the configuration. I'm looking for stocks that are in a downtrend that are possibly reversing. And the key levels in here are position in 10-day range. It has to be close to going through a 10-day high. But if you look at position in year range, it has to be in the lower 35% of its year range. Okay, so there you have it. A stock is in a downtrend, but in the last 10 days, it's showing signs of possibly reversing. And I do put a little bit of fundamentals in here, just EPS of 1 and the cash debt ratio. I don't want it. It seems like when I see stocks that just have a very, very huge debt problem, yeah, they usually don't work. So let me take a look at some of these today. Maybe see some in here that are coming through. And ADS, it looks like the only one. And here's you go. You have a stock that it's in its lower portion, even though, yeah, going back to it'll go back to this whole year. So, but look at here. It's looks like it's spacing and possibly turning around. Not real crazy about the chart. It looks like it just makes a lot of noise and doesn't go anywhere. But if it does get above this level right here, you could put your price alert in there. If it gets above that one, maybe one to watch. If it's breaking out of a little range here, especially if it takes out last month's high. All right, let me hide these back here. Coles is another one that's coming through this revenue growth fishing, but I like the looks at potential. You can see right that area I talked about. It's starting to got up to close to that level, and it's starting to back off here. You got people probably taking profits, whatever reason, maybe some more short interest, but yeah, you're going to run into probably a little problem right here. You're welcome, James. All right, looks like we're all caught up. Some good questions today. We still got about another 20 minutes. Actually, about another 25 minutes. So. There seems to be so much information available. What is the best way to filter out all the noise? Or is it that developed as you began to work out your own strategies? Yeah, John, that's I like to tell people, first of all, it takes time. I don't know how long you've been trading, uh, but it does take time to just kind of absorb, all everything that goes on in the market. The best thing I could recommend is just screen hours. It's I used to tell people it's kind of like looking at one of those 3D puzzles on a wall, and you can't make it out, but you just kind of sit there, and then finally your focus just kind of changes where everything just comes into view, and you can see everything in the picture. Trading is kind of that way. It's kind of that way for me. I struggled. Of course, I didn't have trade ideas back then. We were just kind of on our own, figuring out. We had simple high-low tickers, but gosh, those things were so fast, you didn't know what was going on. Uh, but you're right. You have to filter out the noise, and that's what trade ideas helps you do. I tell everybody it's very important to know how to trade, but it's also very important to know what to trade, and that's what trade ideas can do for you. It can point you in the direction to what you should be trading. And then once you know what to trade and you start developing a sense of how to trade, and then it becomes you do want to filter out a lot of the noise. That's why I like to keep things very simple. A lot of people come in here and they want all these different indicators, and which is fine. I'm not knocking any indicator, but when you're using a whole bunch of indicators and you're trying to get all the stars to line up, it can become very convoluted, and really it's more of an art than it is technical. Technical is important. You need to learn to read basic candlestick charting, but you don't need to get real fancy with it. Okay, for me, boy, if you can understand trend lines, Neo right here. Why do I always hit the wrong one? You understand trend lines and and you start understanding support resistance. Look at this support right here where it bounced. To me, those are more important than any sort of itchy mokey itchy scratchy things I call it, and MACD crossovers. It's just me. I like simple moving averages, and I like to watch volume. Okay, and of course I look at trend lines. I love trend lines. Not a whole lot of people look at trend lines, but I promise you, the smart technicians out there, they in algos and things like that, they're watching those trend lines. I wish I'm hoping we can, once we start making our structure more sophisticated. I hope we can get some trend line stuff in here, because I do love trend lines. Support, resistance, simple moving averages, and volume. I keep it real simple. I don't get into MACDs and things like that, and all the other things out there. And once again, I'm not knocking it. If that's your if that's your style and you make money, who am I to knock it? The whole key is making money. I just found out over time, because I looked at a lot of that stuff. I said, no, man, this is clouding my judgment. Gosh, there's so much can be said just about simple, basic chart reading. That why do I want to, cloud my judgment with all these different indicators? And if you want just a really good book, kind of the Bible, it has been for a while, on just Japanese candlestick charting. That's the name of the book. I'll put it in there. Charting by Steve Neeson. He keeps it really simple, and it's good to learn certain candlestick pattern. Obviously dojis, hammers, shooting stars, and things like that. But that's a simple, easy read that will get you, because you really want to understand candlestick charting. And for me, honestly, I think too many traders look at the intraday charts versus looking at the daily charts. Those are the real, you know, that's where the real, for me, the real action is. There's a lot of, you talked about filtering out the noise. You get a lot of noise in those 1 minute and 5 minute charts. Okay, you can learn to read just keep it with a 15-minute chart and a daily chart. And I'm not trying to push my style on you. If you, like I said, if you like to use a 1 minute and 5 minute and you make money doing that, more power to you. That's great. But that's just what I prefer. All right, got about 15 more minutes. Great questions. All right, take a look. Spyder's still digging in. Impressive little comeback there after being down, gosh, I don't know, 3 or 4%. Q's still doing the same. So nice bottoming tails so far. We'll see if that holds up. E-bang. All right, guys, the questions panel is open. If you have a question, fire away. This pullback above 50 SMA Pro may be good to one if to look at over the weekend, because what will happen is stocks will freeze in there, and you'll get these patterns to let you know. Although you're gonna find a lot of wiki stuff, but let's see how it looks at the close. But one I'll probably go through real quick. You know, Siggy, I would, back in the day, I would think we would probably see a little more selling, being that it's a kind of a Friday and a 3-day weekend. But this market has been so resilient, and it's been a buy the dip market for so long that people are just conditioned to do so. Uh, I would be real surprised if we go to highs, but maybe we just kind of meander along and kind of close right here would not surprise me. Putting in like a kind of a little bottoming tail and just kind of still down on the day for sure is what if I had to predict. But gosh, it still wouldn't surprise me. You have Lindelof book. what what book is that? Are you talking about one of the ebooks? Are you just But Siggy, I wouldn't be surprised, if there's more pain. I mean, let's take a look at the Qs. What they did, they were down about what 5% yesterday. So another, say they're down 7% from the highs 2 3 days ago. Uh, I would not be shocked if it was a 15% pullback. So I could definitely see it. Okay, yeah. So I could see more carnage. I hope not, but if for well, I shouldn't say I hope not. You may still be short, but gosh, it's just been such a stubborn market. Seems like if you get those decent moves on the short side, you don't take them quick, boy, they could be erased in a couple of days. But okay, yeah, Ziggy, I think that was what was the name of that? Nice setup, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. I'd be surprised if there's anything in it today, but let's take a look. Yeah, a couple in there, and I will share it with you. This stock is at highs. RST. Boy, look at that. That one's holding up well. It's Rosetta Stone. Boy, that doesn't look like it trades that much, though. It doesn't look like there's much swings in there. This is some sort of BF.B. I'm not sure what's going. It doesn't surprise me that there's not a whole lot of stuff in there. That doesn't look bad. But yeah, let me share that with you because you can find now the market action we've seen over the last couple of days has wrecked a lot of windows. You got to let them kind of reset. But let me go ahead and share this with you. There you go. Yeah, it's yeah, that's true. man Man plus AI beats AI. Yes, you are right there. Man and machine. Speaking of which, I have mine set on Neo. Didn't see, but let's go ahead and set it on all segments. Holly did finally take a few trades. Bullish, look, bullish trend change. A lot of these came into play. That was kind of a nice one there. Got several days of sell off. Bam. Of course, a lot of this is just what the market has been doing. Not seeing a whole lot there. Looks like a okay. Yeah, that's a is that a European bank, isn't it? Yeah, so a few trades there in Holly. One's definitely working. Up looks like almost 3.5%. Take a look at the longer term daily. Oh, this is a new issue then, huh? Okay, interesting. boy, that Momo, that little, just can't get any. That's one China company that just can't get anything going. Don't they do like cellular service or something like that? Momo mobile applications. Yeah, regardless, I don't even want to look at it because it has a hard time. That's for sure. You used to be a system programmer, huh? Well, you are you a full time trader now, Siggy? Ziggy? I'm gonna pull off some of these trades here and thin out a little bit. Yeah, went back negative on me. Let's see if they're. Yeah, this one just can't get going. I should have just sold half of all of them. Oh, that Twitter went up in fire. I don't see on that alert that I set. I was showing you guys how that works. Now there you go. Just bought 250 Twitter. And the urologist, wetware psychotherapist. Wow, that's some title there. Programming people, huh? You ought to be a good trader then. You probably understand crowd psychology, and you. There you go. Let's see if I should sell half of this crowd strike here. Just peeling off half here and there. Some of these positions. That's what you got to do when you were down 150,000. You got you got back to flat. All right, got maybe 5 minutes, 4 to 5 minutes, and when as soon as Barry tells me he's going again, I'll hand it back over to Barry. Things have slowed down a little bit, but it was a productive day. Some good questions in there. Uh, Yeah, my advice for the rest of the day, if you're a long player and you didn't catch that bounce down there, there was definitely some good action there off that low to buy some stocks, and but it is a Friday going in, like I said, a long holiday weekend. I'm not sure how much action we're going to have left. We could just, like I said, muddle around here and pretty much close where we're at. We'll see. Can your trading platform be used with Canadian RRSP and TFSA accounts? I'm not sure. That would be your kind of our trading. Remember, we're not a trading. We're an idea generation platform, so you can use us. You would have to talk to your broker. Now, we do offer. If you go into any of our configurations and go to exchanges, you'll see the exchanges that we have, and Canada, the Toronto TSX. So if it trades on there, you will be able to get alerts. Now, here's the difference. Okay, you're not going to get all the data points that you get for American stocks, and the reason is we just don't have enough Canadian users to justify paying for all this data. But the alerts do work in real time. You just won't get some of the volume data with it and some price. But if the stock hit, like if you're running a new high and that stock hits a new high, you're going to see it in your alerts. It just won't. It'll be missing some of the accompanying data that you get for the American exchanges or U.S. exchanges. So. Yeah, I'm not familiar. Yeah, it doesn't matter what counts you're trading. You can still use our software. It just we got people all over the world using it. Yeah, we're still working. We're working on the APIs. We're talking to them. Uh, Unfortunately, some of these large companies are a very slow bureaucracies. They have to go through a lot of committees before they make a decision. So we're quick and nimble because we're small, but we have to adhere to their processes. So uh, I wish I could give you an ETA, but I can't. But I will say this: it's definitely in the works with E-Trade and Ameritrade. So we're gonna have to be patient because it's not our call. It's their final call of when and where, and so we're at their mercy, unfortunately. All right. Barry says he is streaming now, and it's about time for me to wrap it up, guys. Uh, Thank you, guys. Some great questions today. I hope you guys have a nice long weekend. Well, may not be long. It depends on, I guess, what country you're in. But have a great weekend anyway, guys. You're welcome, Mike. Thank you for always being such a good attendee. So thanks everybody once again, and we'll see you guys next Tuesday. Okay. Have a great weekend. Bye bye.
This is Shortable also. I think Andy is signing off. Let me know, guys, if you can hear me in YouTube. Is Andy signed off now? Look at NCMI. Man, oh man. Yeah, I gave a little short opportunity right there, but this is strong. Look at the volume coming in also. Look at the volume. Biggest volume bar of the day now. Okay, thank you, James. All right, 12:57. So I'll be doing my video pretty soon. We're talking about NCMI in the room here. I mean, why is this strong? Now look, who'd have thunk it? I know that's not right, but 467 is the 200-day moving average. Will that stop it? There is a 200-day moving average right there. I mean, it's as Real always says, it's an area. Okay, so here's the area of the 200-day moving average. There is the actual data point, 467. Tell you, I'm having way more fun today than yesterday. Guys, there's NX. I mean, it's starting to drop here. NX. I can't do anything right now because I'm going to be do my video very soon. But I mean, look at the room underneath. I mean, this is an earnings play that is really just giving it up. It is not tracking the market at all. Are you kidding, Locutus? I think you're kidding, right? Okay. All I can do, guys, is just kind of point out the opportunities. I cannot tell you to take the trade, but just pointing out the opportunities. I pointed out the red bar ignored for DBI. I pointed out the gap that it has, the fact that it actually closed fairly well in the face of what happened yesterday. So, all right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. I know I'm a little bit early, but I'm going to do my video now. And if you want to sign up for my video that I do every day, let's just give you the link. All right, so if you click on my homepage link right there, click on the link, and one of the, wow, Labor Day, look at that. And one of the links is the daily video. Okay, just click here and then you can sign up for it. Okay, I will now put myself on mute in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm now back into the home stretch. So I'm all out of the DBI, guys. I went over the DBI trade actually in the video. I'm all out of the DBI. As the market starts to drift down, it's basically tracking the market. See if the market can hold this level right here, 338. This could be a drifter, guys. The NX could be a drifter on the way down. I mean, it's not this is not track the market at all. It's just kind of drifting down. Yeah, a little bit of a green bar there, but just kind of drifting down. I mean, it's still up for the day. It's a relatively low float. It's an earnings play. It is actually an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Had very, very light volume in the pre-market. You can see that it does not trade very much. 538,000 represents 10 times the normal up to this point of the day. I just don't know how dynamic it could be. I mean, a little pull up, little drop. I just stick an alert around 1781 and see if it can drift down from there. Could be a relatively relaxing short. You know, it hasn't had too many jumps up or down. It appears to be quite a ways from the lower channel, so okay, guys, just keeping my eye on that 15-minute candle in the SPY. See if we can get some kind of a gauge on market direction. Still has 6 minutes to close. What time frame, Shank? I don't see one. P. Hilton, see you. Let's see. Red bar ignored, 5 minute. Red bar ignored, 5 minute. I don't see it. You know, I mean, this could be a green bar ignored if this candle moves below. The power of the 200 day. Yeah, I just couldn't. Well, I mean, okay. So far, yes. I thought maybe it really collapsed, but it hasn't really collapsed yet. stick an alert up here because I mean, if it makes its way through that area, I mean, as I said in the video I just did, I mean, this has just got a ton of room. Yeah, it needs more volume, especially well on the downside. Yeah, but look, I mean, it's strong. It's still very, very strong. It's been a guy. Something's happened to my music. There we go. Inadvertently selling you on this. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call us a charting tool. I would call us more of a scanning tool. That we do have charts, but we're not. You know, we don't profess to be a blown charting package. But certainly, we're a great scanning tool. You probably meant NX, right? Not NDX. Or did you mean NDX? I don't see a symbol for NDX. You probably meant NX. I've been talking about NX, just trying to see if it can start to break down a little bit more. Or is that some kind of a, is that a futures? I don't know NDX. Okay. Okay, guys, take a okay. 586. There was the alert for I. Wow, I mean, look at this one too. What's the high looking left? 594. Can you just see that if somehow, especially if the market, well, I don't want to see it keep going down, but I mean, can you just see that if this can take out six, look at the room looking left. I, I'm talking about them, David, more. I mean, I have a bit of a dilemma. Okay, I'm talking about them more rather than posting. Sometimes I don't have the time, but I don't want to influence anybody. So I mean, I talked at length about the DBI, why I was very interested in it, why I took the trade. You know, I mean, it showed up here. I talked about how it had a nice, even though it had a nice recovery by the end of the day. It had a lot of room. I'm gonna have to let it. You know, you guys have to make up your mind whether you like what I'm saying about a stock to take the trade or not. Certainly not going to tell anybody to take a trade. I can only point out opportunities. Sort of cross, you know, I just don't want to cross that line becoming an official investment advisor. Everybody has to make up their own minds. I did take this short earlier, this SWCH. I talked about it quite a bit. The SWCH short early on when the market was doing this. Absolutely not, Mr. Walt. You only need a standard subscription for our paper trading, okay? And you don't have to have you don't have to even have IB. Doesn't matter what. You don't even have to have a brokerage account, believe it or not. All you need is our standard service and just connect. It's using our real-time data. So it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, even if you didn't have a brokerage account, you know, and you just wanted to practice trading before you actually committed real money to the market. You could use our standard service, connect to our simulator, and practice away. John C. Canada, I'm glad to hear that. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed, fellow Canadian. Oh, absolutely. The scans, that's why we're saying with the AI, we'd love to be able to tell people to take our AI and just auto trade it all the time and you'll make money. It just, unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way. You know, the AI for me, I say all the time, it's a great watch list. And if I were, if the only thing I would auto trade, and I don't auto trade, is maybe the entries, but I'd be managing those exits on my own. But even the entries, I just don't see the need to auto trade. I guess, look, I understand that you can't sit in front of a computer all day long, and that's what you want to do. I do get that, and but it's just we don't recommend it. So the scans, like anything, the AI, yes, statistically, those strategies have been optimized for today, but I still think, as a watch list, you just have to watch them. You don't have to take the trade immediately. You can kind of watch to see how it's trading. And then, as I said before, this one, for instance, the VERX from the AI, well, to me that made a lot of sense. I mean, look how much room this has. And it's going counter to the market even. I mean, the market is drifting down. I'm not in this one. I'm, flat out, I'm not in this one. I kind of missed it. Doesn't mean you had to miss it, but this is what I'd be looking at. I'd be looking at, okay, great, you get an alert. Does that mean you hop into the trade immediately? The way I look at it is that you load the charts, take a look to see where there might be some resistance. What if the 200-day was really close? But when I see this chart, I think, wow, I mean, there's no resistance until you get up to this level. We're not saying it's going to get there. And it's obviously strong. It right now, anyway, this does not care what the market's doing. The only issue I had with it when I first, after I started looking at it, though right now, I mean, the spread's only 6 cents. That's not terrible. Sometimes it's stretched out to 20, 25 cents. Oh my goodness, I am. I'm just checking my account. I am short this NX. I talked about it at length, I may as well have got one share. I mean, it's a little more than one share, but rats. I didn't get the fill I wanted, the number of shares I wanted. Oh well, I should have been paying a little more attention. On a bounce. Real? What are you doing? You're playing a bounce? Well, guys, it looks like NCMI, that 200-day, looks like it has really stalled it. I mean, what did it get to? Got a little bit above it, but this looks like it has stalled it pretty well. This could be it. Oh man. Let's see where this goes. NX. I mean, I've got. I don't. I mean, it's crazy the number of shares I have. We don't. I know we don't talk about how many shares, but it was just that I didn't notice the fill I got. I must have moved off it. All right, guys. I have been. Is it too late? Man, I've been talking. I was talking about this one over a 16. Look at this move now for LMPX. I was talking about this one as a potential swing. Even in the face of this market, but a potential swing. There was the alert at 1595, and I just lost sight of it. Look at it now. Look at the pop. Look at the volume that came into LMPX. Are you talking to me, John? Well, no. I mean, as an in well, no, as an entry. Oh shoot! I almost said something worse. A lot worse. Um, no, as an intraday trade, you're right. I'm not much of a swing trader, but as an intraday trade, I would have been absolutely interested on this break here. But I down here, sorry, at 16. I'm not sure why I didn't put my price alert. That's my bad. I mean, I should have just had my price alert right here. Whoa, what a move! And this is not doing any. It's got zero to do with the market right now. It's not being helped by the market at all. Well, guys, I know I just mentioned this one also. I mean, if it takes out six, it's right at the high, 594. That's the high of last week. It's just above it, takes out six. Again, look left, look left, look left. Where's that guy who said he was going to make a t-shirt that said look left and give it to me? Don't think he's in the room anymore. Oh, well, I'll keep putting these price alerts. There's your clue too, guys. You know, if I'm in a trade, I usually keep putting price alerts. What's a few billion among friends? Okay, so here's another example of why, man and machine in action. Okay, so you had the alert 2315 for the AI for VERX. Look where the AI got out of the trade, right at 2315 on that downturn, okay? Didn't wait for this stop, just thought an algo kicked in, thought, you know what, don't like it. Now, doesn't mean you couldn't have exited right there, but you have to keep paying attention to it because look what happened afterwards. A watch list, guys. Use the AI as a watch list. We don't have so many alerts, and we only have 3 today, but we don't have so many alerts. And what I do is I just sort on the aggressive profit percent column. This is just, again, just a quick. Conservative is getting out exactly when the AI got out of a trade. Moderate and aggressive will be exactly the same. These are what if scenarios. What if you kept this trade all day long, right to the bitter end? And this will be the same as long as a stop doesn't get hit. It never hits the stop price. It doesn't get stopped out. Then this stops calculating. But right now it's the same because the stop never got hit. So this is why I just sort on this column. This could set up later on. You never know. I mean, what if it just bases for a while here, and then all of a sudden you get some volume and pops it. So I mean, it could set up again. Strong stock with a lot of room. Oops. Stephanie, so how do I bring up multiple charts on trade ideas? So are you talking about just okay? So if you have a chart, the easiest way is just to duplicate it. Right click, duplicate it, whereas duplicate. Okay, so if you have a chart already, just right click and duplicate it. You can have 10 charts with our standard service and 20 with our premium. Does that answer your question? Okay, so the next step, we only have two options with our charts, symbol linking and not symbol linking. So if you right click on the chart and go to properties, you see where it says symbol linking? So if you check symbol linking, this is why when I click on an alert, these 5 time frames change to the same symbol because the symbol linking is checked. That's why, and the SPY does not change because symbol linking is unchecked. So does that answer your question? You just basically have to uncheck the symbol linking. So again, right click, properties, and then uncheck the symbol linking if you want to have some thumbnail charts to look at all the time. Okay, Stephanie, did that answer your question? Okay, so the next step, so again, this is good. You're asking these questions, but there are probably people in the room that don't know how to do all this. So the next step, the question was, how do you change a ticker? So left click on the chart, just so the trade ideas knows that you're in this chart, okay? And then just start typing. When you start typing, the change symbol box should pop up. And then you can either click on change or hit the enter on your keyboard and that'll change it. No, it's not intuitive. What would be intuitive is if you just have it here. Now, yeah, the non-intuitive part is having to left click so that it knows you're in this chart, it being the program. Otherwise, most charting programs are like that. You go to the chart and you just and then you just start typing. This is going to be one big sigh. Well, listen, I mean, if it gets down to 17, I'll be happy with the number of shares I have, but no problem. Uh-huh. Look at LMPX. Well, it'll be on my watch list for next week. Let's see what happens. I mean, if as long as it closes well. Where are they out of? All right, I'm not going to blow it this time. I'm going to stick an alert around 606 for IEA and see if it takes that out. I'd like to see it clear that whole number. All right, guys, keep an eye on this one. The PRPO, keep an eye on it. All right. It's basing. It had a big pop pre-market, big pop. Now, the only issue, okay, I'm not going to worry about a high of the day. So what I'm going to do is I will stick an alert around, I'm going to stick an alert around 2:30 or so. So I put my price alert here. If it pops through, and obviously on volume, this could get it running again. It's just kind of, basing a little bit around here. I'm not going to wait for a high of the day break, but if it pops through this on volume, lots and lots of volume, this could be really interesting. Well, there was news, I guess, on the PLM. It depends how well this news is going to be. If judge rules in favor, Polymed and MPCA, that came out last after the market closed yesterday. It's not shortable for me, so that's why I really haven't paid that much attention to it. I mean, it would have been, but I mean, right now it's kind of still in play, but it's not shortable for me. And look at the staggering volume here. Traded to float about 3 times, but it's just, are you able to short it even? Who's your broker? Okay, I thought you were talking. Yeah, look at this one. Yes, Fortress, almost an all-time high. Another one of these SPACs. Well, but can you short it in your brokerage account? The reason I say that is there's no point in doing even a simulated trade if you can't short it in your real account. What's that going to tell you? I try to tell people. I mean, treat this like it's your real account, even in the simulator. In other words, you don't if you only have $5,000 in your account, even though we give you $100,000 to play with in the simulator, don't take 5,000 shares of a $2 stock if you've got only $5,000 in your account. Treat it like it's your real money and see how you do. Your preset alerts. Are you talking about the price alerts? Oh, okay. Just click on new and price alerts window. When you say preset, these are alerts that you have already set up, obviously. Okay, so just click on the price alerts window. So from the toolbar, new, price alerts window, and then here it'll pop up. And again, I use it in this fashion. I don't, a lot of you don't have even. Look. I've got the screen space when I get my other monitor. I have the screen space, but I don't, or real estate, but I don't have to be watching this all day long. All I care about are the alerts themselves. So I just minimize it, and then if I get an alert, it pops up. Oh, this is killing me. This LMPX. I mean, speaking about price alerts, all I had to do was put the price alert at 16. Look at the volume that came in. And you put the alert at 16 and look at the around 16 and look at the volume that came in. I mean, look at the. I mean, it's I don't want to say it's that simple, but it can almost be that simple. Yes, all you have to do is so again, are you talking about auto trading, Helena? And you're going to manage the exits on your own, right? Of course. All right. So yeah, this is what you do. So here are the AI strategies. So all you have to do is just turn the longs on. All right. So you just turn like I can just do this, kind of highlight them all, and then enable or enable these four strategies. So these are the only ones turned on. Okay. Now I'll quickly turn them off. Now, this doesn't. I should really explain this. Because I have these off does not mean I don't get AI alerts. This is just for auto trading. Of course, I get the AI alerts regardless. Okay, show of hands. Who took LMPX? William's probably trying to short it now. Oh, I'm almost 100% sure. I don't use it for that, John. I'm answering you in the YouTube feed. I'm almost 100% sure you can have, it's IB Canada, so I don't see why not. Yeah, well, it's Interactive Brokers, but it's IB Canada. I can't imagine that they wouldn't. Yeah, I don't trade the Canadian stocks with them. So, but I cannot believe that they wouldn't. You might even just do a Google. Sometimes they're hard to get a hold of, so I would just do a search. There's lots and lots of information about Interactive Brokers out there, so I would just do a search. Well, it was in my watch list. Okay, at 15.95. Now on the original alert, it dropped, and then with the market, it looked like it was just kind of dropping with the market. So so there was an alert there. There was an alert here. Later on, there's probably an alert earlier here on a basic highs and lows. Because let me see when I first got the alert here. Because I cleared this. I know it's not making a lot of sense. I know it'll be somewhere here. This is why I put the don't repeat so I can see it the first time. But well, you know what? I mean, it's here. From my watch list earlier, but you would have had to wait for the pullback and then. Then you can access my watch list from new in the toolbar, channel bar, and my watch list. Barry's watch list right there. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see your question, Kim. Yeah, you can put price alerts on it just the same as any other window. And that's why I was saying if you minimize it, it'll pop up for you. And if you put a sound alert on it, and if you're like me that wanders away from my computer every now and then, I will get a sound alert. I can racing back. Ah, I see. You know what? This would not show up. Yeah, I have a count. I have a count minimum in this window here. I believe it's 60. Or did I change that? I can't remember if I changed that. 45. Okay, so that's the first time that it finally made 45 new highs, and the price was 1684. Another no, little low for anybody take the NX. I said it might be a very gentle trade in terms of not being too whippy up and down. I don't know if there's a normal. I mean, today there weren't very many. Based on maybe the market, what happened yesterday, the AI was going to be a little bit quiet today to see if things kind of settle down a bit. So the question is, the AI has only had 3 trades today, 3 alerts, I should say. I mean, I would say typically maybe between 10 to 15 trades, or alerts. So today's a little bit light, yes. Okay, so Trade Ideas is a PC-based program, Santosh. It's a PC-based program. There are 3 ways in which you can use it with a Mac. We do have our web-based version, of course, and you just use your browser and all. But the problem, well, I don't know if it's a problem. You won't have access to Brokerage Plus. There are certain things. There are certain things you just won't be able to do, like having access to paper trading. But a lot of our customers and actually people who work at Trade Ideas who have Macs, they use a program called an emulation program called Parallels. There are others, of course, on the market, but Parallels seems to be the most popular one. You can do that, or you could do something like use Amazon. Some I know there's some people in the room that use AWS, Amazon Web Services. It's pretty cheap, about $30 a month, $33 a month, I think. So there are ways in which you can use it. What I'll do is I'll actually give you a link. There was guys did a blog on it a little while ago for Mac users. I'll put this in the room also. So this is a little podcast that was done a while back showing you how, as a Mac user, how you can use our program. Now, if you've got a PC, absolutely use the app, okay? I did not see the news on LMPX. I almost don't want to see it. So are you talking about the news here from after hours yesterday, right at the market close? Or was there actually more news today? You're talking about that news, okay. Well, sort of a delayed reaction then. I thought you meant there was news like right here. Man, what a move. I mean, just tremendous move. Well, the first time was 1014, 1595. That was from my watch list. That was the very first alert. Okay, and it popped, got up to 1655, and then it pulled back. So there was the first alert, 1595. It got up to 1655. It pulled back. And that's when I started, and then the whole market was pulling back. And that's when I was saying, okay, guys, you should watch this. You should watch this if it takes out 16 again. I got to say, this has turned in, I mean, again, I don't want to cover spilt milk for me, but I mean, this has just turned into an awesome trade. NX. An awesome short on a very, I don't want to say easy. I hate using the word easy. A not nervy short. How's that? Okay. I mean, there's just not a lot of gyrations up and down. Easy to keep in the trade. Easy to keep in the trade. So there are all sorts of different trading styles in this room, I mean, and that's the great thing about the room, in my opinion. My humble opinion. Okay, so KJ, I'm sharing a lot of scans. including, these ones that you see here. All you have to do is, you can do it one of two ways. You can click on the Scans tab, and here they all are. But maybe more easily, or more easy for you, is to click on the Room Drive icon. You click on the Room Drive icon, looks like, I'll do it again, it looks like a half open folder beside the sound icon. And Scans that I share, download, that'll go to a Word document. All the links will be there. And you can kind of pick and choose which ones you want to take a look at. And if you like one, all you have to do is copy the link. And then File, Load from Cloud. And the link will be in this box right there if you've copied it. And then you just load it. And then it'll be on your screen. And then you can modify it. You can modify it. Yeah, so if you get it, you can always modify it by right-clicking, configure, and then summary. So right-click, configure summary. Then you can see the filters I'm using. And as I always say, I mean, my price range may not be your price range. Yeah, guys, I have to sort of talk a little bit. I mean, trading, like, we can't turn this into a trading view room, okay? It's a very interesting charting package, but we can't turn this into a trading view room. So, I mean, I don't mean we can't ever talk about it, but just can't be dominated. That's all. I don't really have any swing trade scans. I mean, listen, you can take a look at the trend reversal up. One of them, the trend reversal up. These are potential, I suppose these are stocks coming from the bottom. Where is it? No, I've got it here somewhere. Trend reversal up. I mean, you can take a look at this. These are stocks that are, been beaten up a little bit and maybe starting to come back. And, you'd have to look at the individual stocks that you're getting or alerts that you're getting from them. No, don't be sorry. I mean, I'm as guilty as anybody, but I think it's a wonder. I do think it's a good combination, though. Yes. All right, guys, look at NCMI. Not over, almost making a new high. Volume through the 200-day again on volume. Yeah, obviously a tremendous opportunity to short this. You make money going both ways on this LMPX. Yeah, Santosh, all you have to do is when you right click, you go to configure, and where it says exchanges, and then you can pick OTC. Pink, I pick them all. Pink's OTC QB and OCT QX, okay? You can pick them all. So yes, it does scan pink sheet stocks. Or OTC, whatever term you want to use. I don't think I've seen this one before. This looks like it was an IPO back here. UTZ, Utz Brands. What are they doing? Where are they? We don't even have any information on them yet. Big comeback today for UTZ. And this is shortable, William. Hey, you too, Real. Thanks for all the help, obviously, in the room all week and every day. Much appreciated. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you Tuesday. Oh, okay. All right, so I see the IEA has not triggered yet. I have my price alert set up here for IEA around 607. See if it triggers on volume, always on volume. Yeah, actually, this is interesting. Look left, you're right. The high yesterday was 942, and right up here around 10, over 10, trying to come back. Volume is picking up a little bit for CLSK, just a little bit. All right, so this has not left the 200-day behind yet, really. I mean, again, it's an area, but I would be hopping on a short yet on this. Let's see what it does at 5. It gets closer to 5 again. If it fails again, then it might be an interesting short, but the volume is still picking up for NCMI. Going to be really interesting to watch this one next week. I mean, it still has a ton of room. This will be on my watch list next week, almost for sure. The watch list that I create. Oh, look at this one, 450. I didn't even see this one. 450, and now it is 422. And it was shortable. This is an earnings play, actually. A little bit, you know what? No, it was always low. I was thinking it's a little bit like the NX. Oh. This is the word I've been looking for. The most relaxing trade of the day. NX. I don't know. I mean, where are they located? Pennsylvania, okay. I mean, a lot of times, you see insurers moving around hurricane season, and again, I haven't been keeping up to date. I don't know what the status of your hurricanes down there are right now. But if the damage isn't as bad as expected, so that's sometimes can move the insurers, obviously. Well, NX. It's too late now, but I basically said it could turn into a very relaxing trade because it just wasn't that whippy. Okay. Okay, so you can set up. I don't know if where the one-on-one is. Let me just see. Just give me a moment here. See if I can find a link for the one-on-ones. Let me go to the home page. See if I can find a link for it. Here we go. Okay. Okay, and when you get the link, just click on the one-on-one. Book a one-on-one training class, okay? You're more than welcome. Yeah, I mean, it does cost, okay? It's the 99, whatever, $99 or something. Um, I mean, before I would take a class, I would look at it depends what you're looking for. I mean, heart and soul might have a very special need in this particular case. I don't know. But I mean, if it's a lot of people take these, sign up, but they haven't looked at the 20 lessons in 20 days as an example. They're asking some very basic questions. So you don't have to spend that money if you're just looking for some basic things. Yeah, you too, Mr. Walt. We'll see you Tuesday morning. Have a great long weekend. What time is it? Wow, this is normally Fridays really drag for me, but this has been an exciting day. Only half an hour to go. Maybe. What are you seeing? I don't see it's a big wow to the upside yet. I think it has to take this out right here. I mean, to me, it's just kind of basing a bit. You need some volume to come in and yeah, 340.44 is the VWAP, so it's just, pennies above it. Of course, I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. I mean, some of you might be looking at a 1-minute chart. It might look a lot different. I'm just looking at a 15-minute chart. All right, guys. So before I do leave, and we're gonna have about half an hour left. So I just want to make sure everybody sees the promo code. You want to take out a subscription, join in, and have all this fun that we have every single day. You can and just click on my home page link right there. And there is the promo code Labor Day 2020. Probably be good till Monday night, Eastern Time. Monday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. At maybe good Tuesday, but I'm not sure. I know it says 8th there, but I'm not sure. Get trade ideas. Here's how much it costs. So on an annual premium basis, $22.68 a year minus the 20%, or the standard $10.68 a year minus the 20%. If you're getting premium, it's because you want to have access to the AI. That's the main reason. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason. I have no idea what they mean by this. Channel bar, curated workspaces. Just looking at some of the differences. Anyway, you don't have to start off with an annual or with a monthly or an annual plan. You can start off with a monthly plan. You can just try us out, see if it's if it's the program for you. $118 a month, less the 20%. That's the discount's only good for the first month. Or $228 for the premium, less the 20%. But if you decide you do find the program is right for you and you do want to upgrade, say from a monthly to an annual or from standard to premium, we'll honor the promo code, the 20% off, as long as you do it within 30 days. William, thanks a lot. You're a great contributor to the room. Have a great weekend yourself. Well, you can't even backtest the AI. You cannot subscribe just to backtesting, no. It is called backtesting. Right here. Right click, backtest strategy. But you need our premium service for that. If you want to backtest your strategies, I mean, we give you 10 as a taste in the standard, but I mean, that's obviously not enough if you truly want to backtest your strategies. But you need our premium service. It's not a service we offer just on. I think Real's gone. If you have our standard service, yes, it's you have 10. No, we've always had 10. You probably just haven't tried it. Yeah, right click the window, backtest strategy, and the box will pop up. Has to be an alert window, of course, just an alert window. But if you're serious about backtesting your strategies, you would need our premium service. Hey guys, look at it's coming in right now. TCON. Remember this one from yesterday? Got as high as 329. Trade a little bit off. TCON. Yeah, we're almost getting a red bar ignored on the SPY. No, that was almost. I think the topping tail was just a little bit above that green candle, but very close. Well, let's just see if now if this candle right there can be green and be the size of that one, then I think we're going to have something. We might have a we might have just a great close. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this one. I mean, the high yesterday was 330, so it might struggle there, but might give a little bit of a trade here. What's the high here? 301. So there's the high right there in that weekly chart. This is the TCON. This is from yesterday, really. Nice call out on the CLSK, the clean spark. Somebody mentioned that a little earlier. A little bit of volume came into it. Yeah, Autolycus. Yes, Atom. Wow, look at that bottoming tail for Atom. At the beginning of the day, like the rest of the market, nice recovery. Volume, a little bit of volume coming in. The high looking left is 1080, 1080. So it's close to the high of yesterday. It may stall it. But if it doesn't, I mean, again, look left and look at all the room Atom has. You know, guys, this NCMI, it's still holding over that 200-day moving average. It's still holding over. I mean, they tried to knock it down, but the buyers kind of still look like they were in control. There's that 200-day, 467. I mean, if it takes that out, I mean, this could easily have a late day run. I mean, look at the volume today. But it's a big float. You know, it's not a low float situation, 77 million, but otherwise, you know, it'd be up about 2,000% if it had like a million in the float. But yeah, you should be able to do 10. We give you 10, unless you've done it before. Maybe you didn't realize. Are you kidding, Autolycus? Do I ever short? Yes, I've been shorting like mad. Let me make sure it's still available. I'm so sure that the 10 is available, but maybe you didn't realize it and you have used them before. Maybe that's what it is. You're using the same email address, and so that's probably what it is. 10 is not going to tell you anything, really, anyway. I mean, honestly, even if you're serious about it. Because, you know, it's 10. It's not 10. It's not 10 different alerts. You know, you could do that. Well, I think you understand what I'm saying. I mean, you could run the back test, simulate the buy, and then make a change, simulate the buy, I mean, you could run through 10 in a minute. Exactly. So I don't really think 10 is going to help you. Yeah, so that must be what happened. You must have used in the trial. Okay, I'll tell you what I can do for you. Only you. This is just between you and me. I want to make sure Kelly can do this. Just give me a second here. Stay in the room, okay? I'm just trying to get an answer. I just want to make sure I direct you to the right person. We're just super busy right now. All right, guys, I'll be shutting the room down at 3. It's been asked. Lucas, yeah, I don't know why they just won't do it. I mean, I don't know what the. It's been asked many times. Autolycus, sorry, Lucas. Yeah, terrible spread. It wasn't like that earlier, but that's a terrible spread for a $4 stock. Okay, now we're getting that move. Now we are getting that move in the spine. We got two nice green candles. Again, I would not be surprised if we go positive by the end of the day, I really wouldn't. Well, we have an average. Are you talking about from us? Talking to you, Autolycus? You're talking about from us? We have an average prints per day, but it doesn't help because of, I mean, it can help if you just want to see stocks that normally print a lot, and put a minimum of 5,000 or something like that, then you're only going to see stocks that print a lot of trades every day. But you won't be able to see the actual print for the day. Well, it is mental. I mean, heart and soul. I mean, a method. A lot of times, of course, if I'm taking a trade and it's just over the whole number, near the whole number, I'll put a stop near the whole number, just underneath it or at it. That'll be my ultimate get out stop. I mean, a lot of it is just looking at the chart, though. Where do I see support? It's not like 10 cents a trade. There's my stop. So a lot of it is looking at the chart and saying, okay, there is a good stop. If I wanted to take FMCI right now, it'd be a pretty wide stop though, as an example. But I'll always be looking at it at the chart. I know real will say, you can, if depending, I suppose, on the size of the candle, maybe if you're taking a trade that makes sense, not just taking a trade and then putting a stop at the bottom of the previous 5-minute candle. But I think he does that a lot. And when I say making sense, so a trade that starts to make sense because it's broken out, or it has some kind of a trigger, and then maybe putting a stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, things like that. Guys, I mentioned this one a long time ago, this SYRS. Yeah, just won't. I hear you, Autolycus, but it's been asked before. You can ask again. Okay. All right, are you still in the room? I'm going to send you a private message. Just a minute. Okay, I just sent you a message, okay? Okay, great. So if you do it fairly quickly, I just talked to her, so she knows that you're going to contact her, okay? Guys, we're going to go positive. Look at the Dow. I mean, not the big indicator, but the Dow. Look at the Dow. We're going positive today on the Dow probably. Look, well, we just snuck in. Boy, we didn't see this at all yesterday. I don't know if it's going to help these little ones as much as of course, some of the bigger stocks, the bigger names. Now, can we get the Qs positive? What do we have to do to get the Qs positive? Yeah, the Qs are track. Look at the SPY. Qs are tracking the SPY. Now everybody can have a nice relaxing holiday. See, some of the smaller ones are just not moving along. This is a large cap rally right now. Oh, look at Momo. Look at Momo. Wow. What a pop on volume too. I'm still kind of holding out on this IEA. This if it can take this area right out here, $6, but you need $6. Yeah, $6, 606, but you need volume. There's no volume coming in. But I mean, look at the room. I mean, this for some of you, this could be an interesting swing. I mean, it's had earnings. Let's see on the 10th post market, so the reaction would have been on the 11th. It would help if I look at the daily chart. For August 11th. So kind of an interesting reaction. So there was the earnings right there. That was the earnings release for IEA. So I mean, it did pop up. There. I mean, there's where it closed the day before, and since then, it's been. It was kind of a strange reaction. Topping tail, bottoming tail. It closed a little bit below the open, but since then, I mean, the trend has been up. I mean, except discount this bottoming tail for whatever reason happened here. Yes, Fred. Yes, look at this move for IGC on volume. IGC on volume. You too, JB. Well, guys, my mission was accomplished this week. My biggest fear was accidentally putting something on this screen that you guys weren't supposed to see. Like internal comments, etc. But I didn't do it. With that third monitor gone, I was, I had to scramble. Not racy, just internal stuff. So that was mission accomplished. Man, oh man. It'll be coming this afternoon. So I haven't got it yet, but it's coming. Supposedly coming this afternoon from. I'm going to enjoy this weekend. Absolutely. The inappropriately named Labor Day, because there's not going to be any labor in this household. I don't think so, anyway. Hopefully not. Yeah, I shouldn't jinx myself. I've got, 7 minutes? No, no. Now, before we all do the happy dance, we have to watch, make sure. I hope this continues. Maybe get one of them positive. Get the Dow positive. That's what everybody. When you see on TV, it's always talking about the Dow. You never hear the SPY. It's a holiday in Canada, yes. Yeah, we have very few coincidental holidays. Now, obviously, Christmas, Labor Day, New Year's Day. I think those are the only three. That'll help. Yeah, that'll help the market for sure. How's Tesla doing? Not that Tesla should. I mean, but even Tesla, wow, Tesla's really positive. Never mind, just turning positive. Well, dollar wise, it's up almost 2%. I did see the. I'm sort of because my team's eliminated. I have a passing interest now, but yeah, I did catch some of the overtime. I saw the goal. You're the Flyers fan, aren't you? Look at the volume that's come into Pixie even. Look at these. Look at the volume. Yeah, you too, Fred. Have a great long weekend. Look at Pixie go. Wow. Somebody's throwing the dust on it. Well, if William were here, I'd say, but it's not shortable for me at IB. Next, no problem. I'm glad to help you. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? I think I'll wrap it up now. Another great week. Interesting week. Certainly the last 2 days. Super interesting. Well, if I were a betting man on that, I'd have to go Tampa. I'd have to. All right, guys. I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. So thanks a lot for all the help in the room. Very much appreciated. Everybody has a great, great long weekend, and we will see you Monday morning. Sorry, not Monday morning, Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. So let me just shutting the room down now. All right. See you Monday. Did it again. See you Tuesday, guys. 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Always 9 o'clock, Santosh. 9 o'clock in the morning. So that'll be Tuesday. Markets closed on Monday, okay? Glad to be of help, Brian. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut down the YouTube feed.